rise. Circuit Court is in session, and I will say your presiding. You may be seated.
We are back in the record in file 24-21841-FC, People versus Dale Warner, and we are ready to proceed at this time. It's my understanding that the first order of business this morning is to make sure that all of the people's exhibits have been properly entered. So, Mr. McCready, if you would like to proceed with that, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so at this point, we want to admit people's 112 and 113 by stipulation.
Is that agreeable with the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
I actually have a few more of those.
Oh, I'm sorry, you want to just do them all?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that'd be great.
Go
Also, 207 by stipulation, 222 and 223 by stipulation, 227 over defense objection, 232 and 233. 232 is over objection. 233 is by stipulation. 235, 236, 237, 238.
I'm sorry, Mr. McCready. Did you say 234 is by stipulation, 235 is over objection? Is that what you want from the search? Yes.
Okay. All right, I had that.
Backwards.
So which one did I get wrong?
So I thought you said, Mr. McCready said 234 was, well, regardless, 234 is by stipulation, 235 is over objection.
And 232 is over objection.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so 232 over objection, 233 by stipulation, 235 over objection, 236.
No, 233 would be over objection. That's from the search.
Got it. Okay, sorry. 233 over objection, 235
Over objection.
over objection, 236 by
Over objection.
over objection. Okay. Now there's 237.
Over objection.
Okay. 238.
By stipulation.
Okay. Thank you. 239.
Over objection.
240.
Over objection.
I think I have these 296, 297, 298, and 299 over objection.
That's correct.
301 over objection.
Correct.
302 by stipulation.
Correct.
303, 304, and 305 by stipulation.
303 by stipulation. 304 would be over objection.
Okay.
305 by stipulation.
You good? Okay, so just to summarize, that would mean that peoples 1 and 2 are admitted, 6 through 21, 23 through 34, 36 through 74, 78 and 79, 81 through 85, 87 through 117, 119 through 124, 127 through 144, 146 through 165, 167 through 207, 209 through 228, 230 through 250, 253 through 261, 263 through 299, 301 through 305. I would also indicate that Exhibit 300 was admitted for demonstrative purposes only, as well as People's 262. Okay.
Is that all accurate from the defense perspective?
That's correct.
All right. And just for clarity with respect to the exhibits that have been admitted over objection, the court has already heard arguments and made rulings on the record with respect to those issues. Is that accurate, Mr. McCready?
I believe so, yes.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
The other issue I wanted to put on the record is we've agreed to put on the dates that the photographs were taken for the record purposes.
Go ahead.
So number 2, 4/29/2021. Number 6, 10/11/21. 7, 4/27/21. 9, 4/27/21. 10, 4/29/21. 11, 10/11/21. 12, 8/22/24. 13, 10/11/21. 14, 4/29/21. 15, 10/11/21. 16, 10/11/21. 17, 4/29/21. 18, 4/29/21. 19, 4/29/21. 20, 10/11/21. 21, 10/11/21. 26, 10/12/21. 27, 10/11/21. 28, 7/19/2020. 31, 8/22/24. 32, 1/24/24. 33, 10/11/21. 73, 8/16/24. 88 is 1/24/24. 89, 10/12/21. 90, 8/16/24. 91, let's do this. 90 through 101 are 8/16/2024. 103 through 105 are 8/16/2024. 107 and 108 are 8/17/24. 109, 110, and 111 are 8/22/24. 114 is also 8/22/24. 115, 4/27/21. 16, 8/22/24. 122 and 123 are both 1/24/24. 146, 147, and 148 are all 4/27/21. 149, 10/12/21. 150, 4/27/21. 151, 10/12/21. 152 and 153, 4/27/21. 154, 155, 156, 8/22/24. 157, 158, 1/24/24. 159, 8/22/24. 160, 10/11/21. 161 through 165 are 8/16/24. 174 through 177, 4/27/21. Yeah, as is 178, 4/27/21. 254 through 258 are 122.26. 269 through 280 are 829.24. 281 through 286 are 924.24. 287 and 288 are 829.24. 289, 817.24. 290, 291 are both 1/5/2026. 292, 293, 294, 295, 8/22/2024. I believe those are all the photographs that we needed to put dates on. Okay, thank you.
All right, and Ms. Shardy, you wanted to raise an issue with respect to the jury instructions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, as it relates to open murder, the government has requested first-degree murder and second-degree murder. We are requesting a voluntary manslaughter instruction as well. The case law is indicative that there is no per se rule, for instance, that strangulation precludes this instruction. When a defendant is charged with murder, an instruction for voluntary manslaughter must be given if supported by a rational view of the evidence. That's People versus Yeager. In People versus Van Wyck, the court held that the defendant was entitled to a voluntary manslaughter instruction where there was even slight evidence of manslaughter that existed in the record, finding it reversible error to refuse the instruction when requested. In Beck versus Alabama, the United States Supreme Court noted that providing the jury with the third option of convicting on a lesser included offense ensures that the jury will accord the defendant the full benefit of the reasonable doubt standard. In this case, we heard from multiple people that Ms. Warner intended to speak to Mr. Warner about her wish to have divorce, sell the businesses. That argument certainly could be viewed as the provocation for a heat of passion moment. Thank you.
Ms. Wise?
Under the standard, there must be more than a modicum of evidence. There must be sufficient evidence that the defendant could be convicted of the lesser offense. The definition of voluntary manslaughter encompasses several components. First, the defendant must kill in the heat of passion. Second, the passion must be caused by an adequate provocation. And finally, there cannot be a lapse of time. The provocation necessary to mitigate a homicide from murder to manslaughter is that which causes the defendant to act out of passion rather than reason. In addition, the provocation must be adequate, namely that which would cause a reasonable person to lose control. Finally, there cannot be a lapse of time during which a reasonable person could control his passions. I'm citing from People v. Pouncey, 437 Mich. 382. In that case, the defendant was in an altercation with a couple of people over a stolen vehicle, and he went and retrieved a gun. He testified during the trial that at the time he went into the house to retrieve the gun, he was not angry. This reveals that the defendant's ability to reason was not blurred by passion. His emotional state did not reach such a level that he was unable to act deliberately. Indeed, he stated he was not angry at all. Here in this case, we've heard numerous interviews by the defendant where he indicated that Dee was upset over an altercation she had with employees, that they didn't talk about divorce, that she mentioned selling the businesses, but they never had the conversation about it. He indicated he used counseling skills on her. He remained calm. He calmed the situation down. There's been no evidence presented to suggest that that instruction would be appropriate. We ask you to deny that motion.
May I just respond briefly? So in People versus Yeager, the Michigan Supreme Court analyzed whether a voluntary manslaughter instruction was appropriate. And I just want to point out that even in that case, where counsel's argument was self-defense, the court still indicated that that would not preclude giving a voluntary manslaughter instruction because the issue is malice. That's the distinguishing characteristic between first, second degree murder and voluntary manslaughter. Thank you.
Okay, People versus Yeager was a case where the Michigan Supreme Court explained that manslaughter is a lesser included offense of murder. And when a defendant is charged with murder, an instruction for voluntary and involuntary manslaughter must be given if supported by a rational view of the evidence. The provocation necessary to mitigate a homicide from murder to manslaughter is that which causes the defendant to act out of passion rather than reason. The determination of what is reasonable provocation is a question for the fact finder. However, the judge does play a role. The judge furnishes the standard, and when, as a matter of law, no reasonable jury could find that the provocation was adequate, the judge may exclude evidence or an instruction regarding provocation. Michigan has not adopted a bright line rule that words alone cannot constitute adequate provocation. Words of an informative nature, for example, have been found to constitute adequate provocation. However, in this case, there is no or little evidence about what Ms. Warner said or did on the night of April 24, 2021 and into the morning of April 25, 2021. There is evidence that she intended to tell Mr. Warner that she wanted a divorce and that she wanted to sell their business. There's evidence in the form of Mr. Warner's statements to the police that an argument or discussion about those topics took place that night. However, there's little evidence about what Ms. Warner actually said or did. All of that evidence comes from Mr. Warner's statements to other people. Mr. Warner told Detective Greca that the fight or argument that they had was not the worst that they'd ever had, and that it was mediocre. Well, there's also evidence that he described to Mr. Hardy as a hell of a fight. I don't think that this is sufficient to rise to the level of adequate provocation in order to warrant the instruction. Spouses inform each other that they want a divorce all of the time. And divorce and all that goes along with it, while it's painful, is a common event that does not reasonably incite a homicidal heat of passion. Consequently, I don't believe there's sufficient evidence to warrant a voluntary manslaughter or involuntary manslaughter instruction in this case, and I would, for those reasons, deny that request. I guess I would also say that since Yeager has been brought up a couple of times, that was a case that involved physical and verbal threats, which are not present in this case. So for those reasons, I would deny the motion for the manslaughter instruction.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Are we,
Thank you. I have nothing further. Thank you.
are we ready to ring the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, please.
You may be seated.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to proceed with closing arguments at this point. So, Ms. Wise, you may proceed.
Good morning. First, I just want to start by thanking you for your time and attention. Everybody's been listening to the evidence, taking notes, and paying attention. So I just want to thank you for doing that for the last couple of weeks. We're going to end where we started off. I want to talk about Dee Warner. We've heard a lot about Dee Warner over the last couple weeks. She was loved by her children, by her brother. She was married at the time. We heard that she was also kind of difficult, right? She was a woman. She owned her own business. You could love her. At times you could hate her. But we've heard what an amazing mother and sister Dee Warner was. I'm going to go all the way back, starting in 2019. We've got evidence that from January 2019 through April 2021, Dale Warner checked Dee's location over 2,100 times. 2,100 times. We knew during the course of that, they also took vacations. They worked together. 2,100 times. This was the application that was used to find that location. You'll see he had to go into it. He had to hit view more, vehicle locate, and it would bring up the map. When the FBI agent was here, he showed you a handful of maps that the defendant kept with his handwritten notes on them of where Dee was and what he thought she was doing. We heard from Brian Bush, who was the ex-son-in-law of Dee and Dale Warner. Brian Bush indicated that starting in 2019, Dale approached him and asked him to purchase this small safe on Amazon. And the point of that purchase was because he knew that Dee and Zach had a safe upstairs in Zach's bedroom, and he believed there were documents in there, banking information in there. And he wanted to switch the safes out so that he could access that safe and see what was in it. Brian Bush purchased that safe on June 11th, 2019. He indicated it arrived at his home, and he took it and gave it to Dale so that Dale could switch out the safe. Brian Bush indicated that they purchased some trail cameras originally to keep an eye on the anhydrous ammonia on the property, but that Dale wanted them placed inside the home in a location where he could observe who's coming and going with documents that he thought were being placed in that safe. The defendant sends Brian Bush a number of text messages, places for cameras. And this final picture is where Brian indicated that that camera was placed, where that would have a direct view of the door of people coming in and coming out. He also indicated that on January 9th, 2020, he purchased a GPS tracker off of Amazon at Dale's request. Dale asked him to purchase this tracker so he could find out where the Hummer had been going, because Dee's vehicle was seen parked at Meyer for too long, and he didn't know what she was doing, if she was having an affair. So Brian Bush purchases this in early 2020. Dee finds it in the middle of 2020. She has Dustin Lally and Raquel come over. They remove that device from her vehicle. During the course of using that device, Brian Bush put that app on his phone, and he would locate the vehicle anytime Dale asked, where is that vehicle at? During the course of his numerous interviews, the defendant indicated that, no, that wasn't a tracker. That was a diagnostic tool I used in there. I only wanted to diagnose it. She thought I was tracking her. She was pissed. Brian Bush said, sure, we were going to diagnose it, but the sole reason that he purchased that he wanted me to purchase that, was to track that Hummer. We learned that Dale Warner asked Kyle Wagner, the IT guy, to clone Dee's phone. He wanted the messages, the calls, the emails. He wanted the contents of her phone. He took 90 photos of Dee's text with her son Zach, which were created to his account in December of 2019. So in December of 2019, he put those 90 photos on his device. The relationship continued to be nasty, was not good. August of 2020, you want to treat me like I've done something wrong. You're the one who shouldn't be stalking me. You shouldn't be putting trackers on me and recording me. Remember what Dale Warner said during one of his interviews when he was asked, does Dee know you're tracking her with OnStar? I don't know, probably. Like, no big deal. I mean, husbands and wives do it all the time, right? She knew that he was stalking her and she wanted it to stop. February 18th, 2021, I see you're stalking again. Think about why you keep doing this. You're not happy. You're making it hard for me to be here. You want to be angry at me? You don't see that the way you treat me is going to continue to push me away from you. February 23rd, 2021. I'm really annoyed my last nerve with this shit with you. I'm ready to move out and be done with this. You treat me as if I'm not worthy of anything. If you love something, you want everything for them. You do not. You want to be in control so that the other person is powerless. I am not going to live like this anymore. Either stop or Lena and I move out. I'm sick of it. The week leading up to April 25th, 2021, we heard from Stacy Brody, the massage therapist. Stacy Brody indicated on a number of occasions, 8 to 10, she observed bruising on the body of Dee Warner that appeared to be a handprint, and she, in fact, grabbed her arm. And I want to show you something. And it's not going to be a nice photograph, okay? But I want you to look at it. Dee's left arm. You guys all see that? The last time Stacy Brody saw Dee was the Wednesday before she went missing. Dee was upset. She said, I'm tired. It's time to see a lawyer. We know she had talked about divorce before. We know they were in an unhappy marriage. I'm tired. It's time to see an attorney. And then the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Terry. Text message from Terry. Nasty. Your own husband says you take Xanax because you're a mess. That's the truth. He told me and Terry. April 24th, 2021 is when she gets that message. She comes to Amber's house and she's distraught over that message. She was throwing up. She said, we're done. I'm selling everything. I'm done with the marriage. She had been telling him, things have to change. Things have to change. And they weren't changing. Amber indicated that, yes, her mom had talked about divorce before, but she had never seen her like this. April 24th, 2021, the same day, Raquel sees Dee. She sees her mom distraught. Again, my mom has talked about divorce before. I've never seen her like this. This time was different. She was quiet. She was tired. She was going to tell him that night that she wanted a divorce, that she was selling the trucking company, and she was leaving. I want to remind you of what the property looked like. We've heard a lot about the property. You guys went out and looked at the property. It's pretty big property. Building 1, I refer to as the old shop. A lot of other people have referred to it as the old shop. I think we've heard Top Shop. The red area in that building is because there's an interior camera on the inside of that building. And then you see the V going out, and that's again your field of what's being caught on surveillance. The north side of building 5 is the new shop. And again, that area is also has security cameras put up in there. And you can see to the west side of the new shop, the exterior cameras. Building 6 on the west side of that building that building 6 was the office. The west portion of that office had surveillance cameras. And the exterior part of the office had a camera facing east. Building 7, the spray barn, does not have surveillance footage. You can't see what's inside, you can't see what's coming inside, you can't see what's leaving. April 25th, 2021. Todd Narick came in here and testified that he arrived at the Munger farm approximately 3:25 and left the property around 3:45 a.m. for a scheduled haul. He indicated that the Hummer was parked on the north side of the house, directly behind those doors. He indicated that it was right there on the X marks the spot. Here at 7 a.m., you have the defendant driving around on the JCB to go do his farming chores. Every statement Dale has given is that Dee is snoring away when he gets ready to go spray that morning. On 4/26, when he's walking through the home with Kevin Greca, he points out where she's sleeping. Dale Warner pulls his JCB up to those back doors and loads his wife's body into that bucket. At 7:08 a.m., my Cadillac app shows that it's being accessed at 7:08 a.m. by Dale Warner. And what is being done on that app? The vehicle's being unlocked. We know Dee Warner kept her purse locked in her vehicle. Dale Warner says it himself on April 25th to Austin Hall. She keeps her car locked. She was looking for her keys. It's locked. Everything's a secret. Her purse has never been found. The next thing that happens is at 7:14 a.m. and 21 seconds, Dee Warner's phone stops communicating with the towers. It's dead. No service. Again, 7:14 and 57 seconds. You can see the JCB in between the cameras going to the spray barn. Although Georgia said she can't say exactly where that phone is, she described how there was a tower to the north of the property and there was a tower to the south of the property. And your cell phone's constantly trying to find the best signal. And so the signals are bouncing. I'm sorry, am I getting too far? I wonder. The signals are bouncing. And so during this time, that phone, that's a good indication that that phone is somewhere in there and turned off forever. Dale Warner then goes to the spray barn. We heard that it takes 30 seconds to remove those inserts. And he places her body inside there because he knows that she's not going to be found in there. Now this photograph, you look at that, and that doesn't do it justice. What did Detective Dreyer do? He found a similar safe at the store. 30 seconds to remove the inserts. 6'7". That photograph shows you exactly how much room is inside that safe. Same with that one. How do we know? Dee tells Raquel, Amy, Amber, and Zach that she's going to talk to Dale that night. She's telling them that they're selling the business and they're divorcing. She specifically had Amy come pick up their minor child so she would not be present for the argument. She has made up her mind. She is tired and she is done. Dee was found in her pajamas. Raquel said, I saw a photograph of the items that she was wearing, and those are her pajamas. Dr. Cho testified that Dee's clothing appeared to be pajamas. Detective Lieutenant Dreyer testified they appeared to be pajamas. Dee would never leave her house in her pajamas alive. Again, I'm going to show you another photograph. No socks, no shoes, pajamas, no bra. Detective Lieutenant Dreyer didn't find any socks and shoes inside the tank when that tank was open. Remember that? Didn't find her purse, her cell phone, any of those items, but especially not socks and shoes. They opened the tarp up. No phone, no purse, no socks, no shoes, and in her pajamas. Obviously, not everything was caught on surveillance. But Dale makes quite a few statements during the course of this, right? May 3rd, 2021, he makes a statement about what he's doing on the JCB that morning.
The tire marks out front, so on Sunday, while someone comes over here and they see the tire mark from the JT, whatever the yellow, up to the porch, you recall, I mean, it's the rest of their, the deep treaded, and so do you remember, did you do anything? You did it for us the other day for trash.
I told you, when I went out, I forgot, I use JCB, I pulled it this way, I forgot someone running to the house, great. I think I forgot my tools, I opened, was so.
You said you called that over there, but you just basically, I didn't ask you.
I pulled out, shit, I didn't get this, I got in, grabbed it, went back out, then went back around.
So you see him at 7 a.m. when he takes the JCB out of the dry fertilizer barn. But you can't see him on surveillance go up to the house or drive away from the house. Again, every single statement was she was in there on the couch when I came back in. Now remember, after Dale talks about bringing the JCB up to the front, he's asked about the Hummer because Raquel and Dustin saw the Hummer parked in front of the office when they got there that morning, right? So Dale then explains why Dee drove the Hummer the morning of April 25th, 2021.
You really, the reason for that, you know, I mean, I'm sorry, the Hummer now going down there, is what I just want to grab, or was it, what do you mean? The Hummer, when it was actually down there, so.
I think she was paranoid and thought there was still a tracker in it.
Okay, so you just want to do that one.
Yeah, I think she knew that this one could be tracked. She went on this one, and then she pulled out, went down there, put the ring on my desk, went back out, and said, "Oh fuck, you can contract this too, because he knows where I go."
How did Dee get the Hummer to the office the morning of April 25th, 2021?
I mean, I can't say about the vehicle, the Hummer, would that, if they made the camera. So camera's not.
Well, the Hummer would have been on there, she went that way, but the Hummer come off and went this way, and the cameras in the shop don't reach out this far.
The problem with that, well, a major problem with that, is the defendant draws this on the right side of the screen. He draws that X on the north side of the house. And he indicates that that is where the JCB pulled up that morning, where he pulled the JCB up so that he could run back inside. But if the Hummer's parked there, and Dee moved the Hummer, but she was sleeping, how can he park the JCB there? Those two things cannot be true at the same time. And he can't pull the JCB up to that door if the Hummer's in his way. The defendant then leaves the property at 7:48 a.m. to go spraying. He returns at approximately 8:12 a.m. So the first time he leaves that morning is about 7:46, and he returns at 8:12. 8:47, he leaves the property again to go spraying in Brooklyn, Onstead. Between 9 and 9:30 that morning, Raquel, Dustin, and their kids arrived for breakfast. It was common for them to show up on a Sunday morning. Again, why Dale had to get her body out of that house right now and hide it. Both cars were there. Both of Dee Warner's cars were there. And they noticed that the Hummer, again, was at the office. They can't find Dee. They make breakfast, they clean up, and Raquel texts her mom, "Where are you?" No response. So they begin searching for her. Raquel and Dustin go back to their house. They call her. All of their calls are going to voicemail. They return back to the Munger farm around 10 a.m. Raquel looks around the office. She thinks maybe her mom and Dale are down there fighting because she sees the Hummer and she doesn't want Lena to be around that. So they go to the office. No sign of her mom there. Raquel and Dustin then check at the Hardys, Shelley and Greg Hardy. They then go to the Cedar Point property with Shelley. Raquel, Dustin, and Shelley then return to Munger, and they still can't find Dee. Raquel calls Amber, Zach, TJ, and Stephanie, and nobody knows where Dee is. But at 10:31, Stephanie calls Dale. "Where's Dee?" Nobody can find her. He says, "I'm surprised that she's calling. Nobody should be there." But I tell her that she was sleeping on the couch. Again, remember, the last time Dale Warner leaves the property is 8:47 a.m. to go spraying. Milestone. the Security Surveillance Footage app on his phone. Accesses the cameras at 8:49:08 a.m., 8:49:09 a.m., 8:49:39 a.m., and 9:04:07 a.m. Find My iPhone, 8:48:42 a.m., 10:28:48 a.m. Why is Dale accessing the My Cadillac app, the Milestone, and Find My iPhone? And this was from one of the interviews that was a little bit quiet, and we've got the volume maxed up, so I'm going to try to play this portion for you.
And when you access the cameras, what were you looking for? Yeah, when you did access the cameras, what were you looking for? I know it's a silly question, but let's see. Okay, well, there's actually no doubt you accessed the cameras that morning. I'm just asking what you were looking for. It's a silly, again, we're trying to move the sheriff's department, so we just need you to explain everything as silly as it sounds, you know?
They were looking to see what cars were buying.
Okay, and that's what you didn't do access on? Yeah, we constantly ask each other. Just listen, there's actually no doubt you access the cameras. If you're just looking for your wife, then just say you're just looking for your wife.
I was looking for my wife, but I didn't access the security camera. You had access to them on your phone, correct? Yes, it will work. It wouldn't work.
Okay, so when you tried to access the cameras, what were you doing?
I was looking to see if there was any office and people's on the cameras.
Okay, so you're just looking for deep, that's all I'm trying to get.
Yeah, looking for the, you'll see where she's at, but I already figured she's in Zach's house.
Okay, and that's specifically from your phone, that's what you're trying to do, right?
Right.
Okay, and is that, I think it's called Milestone. Milestone, is that an app you typically have problems with? I'm not familiar with it, is it?
Yeah, that's what
Okay, what are you supposed to be able to do from the app?
we're supposed to look, see the cameras and see what's going on the cameras.
Okay, and this, how often do you try to use it?
I'm trying to look at it. I don't know.
And what percentage of the time do you think it works? Too good of a trick, right?
If you're in the office and you want to look at the camera system on your office, if you're in the house, if you're in the door, if you're in internet access, I guess, with your phone, you should actually get it in the door.
And do you have any other issue with your phone, or is it through that app, do you think? It's that application itself?
I don't know if phone's placement and the process of work.
Well, by and large, it's this application gives you issues. Do you demonstrate your phone with you at all times?
Most of the time.
Okay, so is it that Sunday you have your phone with you all day?
I'm pretty sure I was.
Okay,
The only time you know is if you drop it somewhere. I actually have to find it.
yeah, maybe both. And that Sunday, do you remember about what time Stephanie called you to ask for details?
I was thinking it was around 9 o'clock, 9:30.
Okay, and until that point, as far as you knew, she was at home, right? Okay,
I think I texted her telling her how sorry it was to lose you.
okay, but so then things are normally different, right? Essentially. Okay. And then, what were you doing? I mean, why did you access the Cadillac that morning? What did you look at Cadillac for in the garage? You access the Cadillac. You can do what you do that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
If I opened the door and got it out.
I'm not saying you drove it. I'm just saying you access it for some reason. You know, hold on.
Access it when I got into the meeting.
I
I
would
was like looking at my app on my phone. He's got me, she does her on my phone, and tells me where it's at.
Okay,
Tell us about that.
yeah, tell us about that, I'm not familiar with that. Oh, okay. Okay, and for what purpose are you doing that knowing?
See the car's there.
Okay, so you would have accessed that app and it tells you where the car is, and that's why you would have done it to see where she was. Okay. And, what about when you tried to locate her iPhone? For what purpose was that? Same thing. Okay.
I know that was a little difficult to hear. But the milestone app for the cameras, I couldn't access it. I tried and I couldn't. It wasn't working. And the OnStar app. If I got in there, I would have been getting something, but I don't remember getting in there. I didn't even have a key. I would have been checking her location. Because if the kids called and said they can't find their mom, I'm going to check, see if it's in the garage. Same thing with Find My iPhone. I was just finding her location. We know from Kyle Wagner, the IT guy, that Dale Warner needed to get that updated the next day because they got a new IP address and he had to put that in so that camera would start working again on his phone. So we know he wasn't able to access it, but he wanted to see what was on that camera. And he wasn't looking for his wife at those times at 8:45, 8:49, 8:48, because he didn't know she was missing until 10:30. Find My iPhone. When that phone dies at 7:14 a.m., and you want to make sure that that phone can't be found again, Find My iPhone. Can I find the location? Can I see it? The defendant returns to the Munger farm around 11:18 a.m. Dale goes to the office. He tells Zach and TJ, "Oh, fuck. She left her ring." And he pulls out a $35,000 to $40,000 ring from his pocket or from his hand. "She left this on my desk." Dale then goes into the house and talks to Raquel in the main bedroom. Dale says that Dee's personal items are gone. Her phone, her go bag, her makeup bag, her curling iron, her hairspray. What else does he say to Raquel that morning? "Everything I've worked for is gone. We barely fought last night. I gave her a massage. And I asked her if she still loved me." Dale told Raquel, "I told Dee, through sickness and in health, for richer, for poorer, and I read her our vows." Again, Dee was known to take off for a night or two, go stay at Zach's house, stayed in communication with everybody. She never fell off the face of the earth. The kids wanted to call the police. They had never experienced this before. Out of all the time she's left, they've never called the police. Dale doesn't want to call the police. Let's wait. Dee's kids report her missing anyway. And Austin Hall shows up. 6:55 p.m. He arrives at the Munger farm. Dale tells him that he found out from Stephanie that Dee was missing, that she left her wedding ring. She's never ever left Angelina before. She's never left without her phone or communicating with anybody. She's never left without her vehicles. and that she's secretive and locks her car. That entire conversation on the 25th is about everybody else but Dale, right? He never mentions once that they got into an argument. This is about the employees. This is about her pills, her suicidal tendencies, her wanting to leave.
Alright, so I hear your wife is missing? Well, I don't know if she's missing or if she just left, so. Okay, she had an altercation with one of our employees, two of them. Yesterday, last night, she was really upset. She was talking a lot of bad things as far as employees, one employee decided to quit. She goes, talking about killing herself, taking off and leaving.
Then the following day, Kevin Greckner comes to the Munger farm to speak with the defendant. He tells him that Dee called him while he was out in the field working. He could tell he was going to get an ass chewing when she called. And Dee yelled at him, "Why are you telling the help that I'm on Xanax? We're done. We're selling everything." She hung up on him. Dale says, "We never had the selling everything conversation. She brought it up. But he told her, it's not your decision." And he said they never talked about divorce. She wanted to escalate, but I wouldn't go there. After a number of days, Dale's statement is always, Dee's gone for a day or two. She'll be back. She'll be back. Again, on April 26th, he's between, she does this all the time, she'll come back, but wait, there's so many things wrong.
I don't know, normally, we have conversations or arguments all the time, it's usually over something in the business. She'll get mad, or she'll go over, say it, the ex-house was done late for a day or two, and she's back, it's fine, or she takes off, and then she's still call on phones and do stuff on the phones of the office, so what's weird is this phone's off. This time,
Yeah.
she, without anybody, over there, and she put a ring on my desk.
Okay.
And there's 3 flags, and it's like, something is definitely wrong.
On April 29th, Kevin Greco's back talking to the defendant, and he talks some more about the length of time Dee would leave for.
She's a shopper.
Shopper.
So I told Kevin, to find my wife, you gotta get a nice hotel, but a big shopping mall or something. I mean, she's gonna be someplace nice, she likes my city.
Right.
Well, like you said, that's what we're with, too, that's our problem, leaving without the daughter. I mean, you put that in the ring, she's never, right, I mean, 100 times that she's left for a day or two, she's never left the ring. Of course, my daughter's only been with us for 9 years now, but she's never ever left the daughter. That's what those.
Fast forward to the interview with Detectives Dreyer and Singleton in December of 2022. I'm going to go for it again. I'm going to roll the dice and see if you can hear this. No.
And often when she, to my understanding, it was when I was over to leave for the night, it was based on often with that. If you had to guess, how many times a month? And that was
But
consistent.
it wouldn't be, you know, she would get pissed off and leave, but she just wouldn't tell the shop the day. Or if she's really pissed off, she would take off for Zach's house and stay for a day or two. You didn't know, you never knew how long before she came back.
Now by December 20th, 2022, you never knew when she was coming back. Let's talk about Tuesday, the 27th. Kevin Greco walks the property with Dale during the day. The police arrive with a search warrant Tuesday night after they're asked during the day to leave. Greco calls the defendant to tell him they're searching. They got a search warrant. We've got the dogs. We have the drones. One dog is 20 minutes out. Approximately 18 minutes later, Jaron brings the defendant back to the property. The decision is made to let him continue to farm. We're going to come back to Tuesday because we don't find the body on Tuesday. May 3rd, the defendant's interviewed again. Sunday, did you have any help around here? You know, what's going on Sunday when you get back from spraying?
So did anybody help you work on Sunday? Was anybody around? I know the kids were after checking for me, but
I think, after, on Sunday,
oh, I didn't on Sunday after I sprayed. Where you were spraying that first floor?
when I came back. I would have to think in my head what I did after that, so it's a blur.
Sure.
No recollection of what he did Sunday. Then he tells Kevin Greco and Austin Hall that his lungs were feeling burnt from breathing in a bunch of anhydrous ammonia.
I'm exposed to it. Chemicals in the barn, dust, and you should go clean out. Yeah. Hopefully, I hear something, my lungs get burnt, so I breathe much of it. Yeah.
Explaining the coughing and acknowledging that he was exposed to a bunch of anhydrous ammonia. Efforts to find Dee continue. I'm not going to play this one for you because we can't hardly hear it. But in the December 2022 interview with MSP, where is Dee? He's 100%. She's living in Mexico or Jamaica, and she's living with the cartel. Dale, how did she get there? There's no evidence that there's no facial recognition. She's not using her passports. There's no evidence that she's left. How did she get there? You can take a $10 boat ride from Florida, maybe $50, but $10, $20 will get you there. Dee Warner with her designer clothing, her nails, her hair, dressed to the nines, taking a $10 boat ride to live with the cartel in Mexico or Jamaica. May of 2021 through May 2023. Again, continued efforts to look for Dee. Police do numerous searches on the Munger property and other properties that the defendant has access to. They interviewed dozens of witnesses. October 2021, the FBI does some searches on the Munger property where they seize those journals and the writings, which are all the loose leaf pages are contained within all those documents. August 2022, state police take over the investigation. Detective Dreer testified that they did essentially a large-scale search in May of 23 where they searched approximately 3,000 acres. You're talking farmland, woods, swamps, rivers, creeks. No sign of Dee. And he indicated during those searches that they used cadaver dogs, they used article search dogs, they used ground penetrating radar, they used metal detectors. But you heard from Jack Taft. The dog's not going to smell anything. It's welded inside a tank. We'll never find it. As far as the purse and the other items that are still missing, that depends, he says, right? Depends on how long it was exposed to the weather. Maybe 24 hours, you're good. He's not going to find it if it's in any body of water. And the weather affects the ability of the dogs to find the articles as well. Again, those items have never been found. They searched every area that Dale Warner was farming the morning of April 25th. Every area that the GPS on the John Deere said he was, which again was thousands of acres. He had thousands of acres at his disposal to get rid of those items. They've never been seen. After conducting the searches on the 3,000 acres, they decided to come back and excavate Paragon Road on the north side of the road. Why do they do that? Because while they're executing searches on the other properties the previous day, Dale Warner returns to Paragon Road. He has to be kicked off the property. They secure the property. Dale arrives the following morning when they're getting ready to set up shop, and he offers to help them dig. He's never offered to help during any other search, during anything else over the course of that 2 years, and he's offering to help dig. Still no sign of Dee. Detective Dreyer acknowledged that he was focused underground, and that was a mistake. He wished he wasn't so focused underground, but everything he did and the information that he had, he believed that that's where she was at. May 4th, 2021, the defendant searched for how to dispose of a 1,000-gallon propane tank. The April 25th, 2021 surveillance footage shows Dale gathering all the welding accessories. The search underground is when you follow that link and it shows you how to bury the tank. They knew she was welded into something, but again, they thought she was buried. In June or July of 2024, they then switch focus. We've done everything we can to look underground. Let's find these tanks. Let's find out what tanks he had access to, where they're stored. Let's go inspect them. I also have to do additional research because there's a bunch of anhydrous ammonia tanks on the property. And I'm not real familiar with it, but I know it could be a problem. So I need to contact all the people that I need to get information from before I head over there with my search warrant. They go to the Munger farm. They go across the street to Carson barn that Dale owned, and they go to Paragon Road where Dale owned the barn on the south side of the road where he stored the tanks. And there in the back was tank 34. It had a service tag, out of service, bad dip tube, do not fill. The farm employee said, I didn't write that. They noticed a weld that looked bad, looked real bad. Here's a photograph of the tag. And you guys will have all this evidence if you want to look at anything When you go back there to deliberate, you'll be able to look at that tag for yourself. Based on this, Detective Dreer gets another search warrant to take that tank to the Ambassador Bridge to have it scanned. After all those years, there she is. So what does he do? Take the tank to Northville, where the lab personnel come out and dust it for prints. Then they take it to the Monroe Post, where that end is cut off. And they observe Dee Warner's body wrapped in a tarp. Again, there was nothing, no personal items found inside that tank that belonged to Dee Warner. Detective Dreer could not take anything off of Dee Warner's body at that time because the medical examiner has jurisdiction, and they said no. They go to the autopsy. We cannot process anything, the tape, the tarp, the clothing, anything found inside that tank, the lab has said is not suitable for testing. Then we heard from our fingerprint analyst. Defendant's left middle finger is right there on the ammonia sticker. Paint samples were taken from the old shop and sent to the lab. It's consistent with what was found on the property. Although it's consistent with a lot of other paints, they were able to exclude paint and say, this couldn't have been used, but this very well could have been used to paint that tank. The tag on the tank, you guys have a lot of information from the FBI. There's pages and pages of Dale's handwriting. Take that tag and look at it. See the ends? Compare the ends, compare the Fs. You go back there and look at it and decide. The next thing that detectives do is consult an expert welder, Justin Schmidt. And we heard from Justin. That tank end was cut off with an abrasive cutoff wheel. How does he know that? Photographs from inside the tank where you saw the shredding. An object such as a hook was welded to the top of the end cap to hold it up. Whoever welded that tank likely attached a chain to the hook. To line the end back up in order to weld it, something would be needed to cradle underneath. Here at 1251, we're in the old shop. Angle grinder and discs. $114, the old shop. The hooks. $115, he starts to walk out. Forgot something. chain. Angle grinder and discs. Hooks and chains. Dale heads from there towards the spray barn. He's there for approximately 7 minutes with the angle grinder and discs. The angle grinder, disc, hook, and chain are from 126 to 146 and 341 to 329. Walking back to the spray barn. We know that door locks. There are photographs, and Ivan testified about that. Sprayer leaves the property approximately 1:48. But returns by 2:18. Up to the office. We heard testimony that Dale was in and out of the office, Dale was in and out of the spray barn, Dale was in and out of the new shop and the old shop. And every time he was in the office, just kind of looking over their shoulders, see what they're doing. He'd say he was going to spray or he was going to go do this, but then he'd come back and it just didn't seem like he was working. Again, .341, Dale's heading north on this camera towards the spray barn. Now we see the view of the office where we know that the kids have spent a majority of the day looking at the cameras. 4 o'clock is the last time that camera activates in the office for that day. The kids leave the property. Then we see Dale and Todd leaving the area of the spray barn. Justin told us that the tank was re-welded with a gas metal arc welding process, typically called MIG welding. I'm not a welder, but he taught me a lot. The welder would need a welding mask and welding gloves. At approximately 4:35, Dale was on the JCB driving it slowly to the spray barn from the area of the new shop. We know that later on, you can't observe what's in the bucket of it at that time, but we know later on when he's observed driving slowly, it's with that JCB or it's with that welder in the bucket. I apologize. Approximately 4:52, he's back in the old shop. At the welder. Five o'clock. Back to the spray barn. Walking back out. Heading back to the old shop. And leaving with welding gloves and a welding mask. We know he didn't take a welder from the old shop that was gotten on surveillance footage. The last photograph from the new shop at approximately 3:13 shows that welder just to the left of the green toolbox. And the next time that camera activates, the defendant is walking away. And you now have the welder in front of the toolbox. This was one of the welders that was located on the property during the search of the Munger farm. Justin Schmidt said that that is absolutely the type of welder that would cause create the welding marks and the indications of welding that he observed on the tank. We have a welding mask and a couple more welders here. And you've got the welding gloves. Now this area, if you look at the ramp on the left, go up to the top of it on the other side of that is where you're going to find those gloves and that mask. Dale's back to the spray barn from approximately 5:07 to 6:06 p.m., another 59 minutes. There he is on the Kubota, coming out with the JCB. Back to the spray barn. What else does Justin tell us? If you're welding, you had short sleeves on, the next day you would have a sunburn. This is the defendant on the 26th of April. That was not on the body cam footage from April 25th, the day before, because it hadn't yet had time to come out. How much time would you need to get this job done? Justin testified that cutting off the end of that tank would take approximately 50 minutes. Welding it back on, between 21 to 35 minutes. Sanding the weld down, another 5 minutes. On the low end, you could get this done in 76 minutes. On the upper end, you're looking at 90 minutes. Detective Singleton testified that There were numerous times that the defendant was in that spray barn or back towards that spray barn where it was less than 10 minutes. And there were times where he said, okay, these are the times where it's more than 10 minutes at a time. At a minimum, we have the defendant at the spray barn for 138 minutes on the low end, which gives him plenty of time to get that job done. We saw the map, we heard testimony that that spray barn had that door on the north end of it. Dale drives out the north door of that spray barn and drops the tank off at the junk pile. Look at the tank. I'm gonna zoom in on it really quick. I'm gonna zoom back out. The tank, the marks come from the north of the tank. We go to the east. Dale then returns to the spray barn, and Ivan shows up at approximately 6:28. Ivan says, I don't know. I was back there for I don't know. I might have been doing trash. "6:37, we see the JCB go by with a white object on it. And there goes Ivan. Now we see the JCB hit the camera this time. "6:41, coming slowly from the spray barn with the welder in the bucket. Again, 6:43, walking away from the welder. 6:46. Dale brings the JCB to the old shop where Ivan and his brother are working. Gets out. Ivan does some trash in the old shop. This is 6:07 with the old shop fuel cameras. Look at the zoomed in photograph. There's nothing back there. "6:37, look at the pile. Not only is that tank to the far left over there, but you can now see a pile of white in the burn pit. Here's this one. There's that one. After Dee's body is found, the police go back and look at evidence from Tuesday, where we have Jason Gravel. 5 o'clock, Jason Gravel moves old rusty tank 8. Dale says, go move a tank from out back for me by the burn pile, take it and put it in the spray barn. This is after the police were there earlier in the day. And they said, and Dale says to him, come back tomorrow or whenever. I mean, if you let me know, you can come back, but you can't be here today. So Gravel goes to move tank 8 at the request of the defendant to put that in there so he can work on it. Parker Hardy then arrives to the property around 7 o'clock. He goes to the spray barn to fill up. Dale Warner arrives to the property at 7:27. Parker meets him in the spray barn. What the hell is that, Dale? Why do you have that tank in here? I asked an employee to move it in here for me so I could work on it, and they brought the wrong tank. That's not the one I wanted. This is 427, a combination of the body camera, the drone footage, and the surveillance footage. Approximately 8:30 at night when they come back, 8:35 at night when they come back with a search warrant.
Whatever. So I went to visit my dad when I was talking to you, and my partner did type up a search warrant. We do have it. I'm standing here with both of your daughters at the front door. I'm sorry, side door. And I'll explain everything to you. We do. It is for the dogs, the drone thing. So basically, we saw it earlier. As of right now, we're not going in your house. We already went through there. So it's just a matter of the dogs. It's completely. Let's see. My recorder's going right now. It wasn't for a second. It's going right now, so the whole thing will be recorded. If you want to come home, you absolutely can. If you don't want to come home, you don't need to. As far as what we're going to do, yeah, drone. That's exactly it. Yeah, the dogs. One dog's here already. The other dog is, I think, about 20 minutes out. I just wanted to tell you, obviously, when you're not here. And just keep you updated. I'm not trying to hide anything from you, but if we come to the process, if we come tomorrow, that in the event there's something suspicious or someone doing some low activity, then how can we say anything? This will shut up the other side of the family. You get that? Well, no, you're absolutely right. I'm sorry. You're 100% right. It will not shut up the other family, but at least I've done it. But I've done everything I can at that point. And you. Yep, and we will, just paperwork on that, so we will drop, if you're home by then, it's gonna take a little while, well over an hour, I'm sure. If you're home, I can give you the paperwork. If you're not home, I can leave it with your daughter. And, that's it. If you got any questions, I'll have my phone on the whole time, so just give me a holler, okay? All right, thanks. Yep, bye.
Thank you.
Yep. Are you a family member or are you just, okay, who's Dale? Okay, all right.
Dale immediately calls his son Jaron, who's standing there. And when asked if Jaron wants to walk around the property with him, he can't. He has something to take care of. I want you to notice what's parked out here. You got a sprayer and then you have a truck on the other side. And that's the spray barn. .55, Jaron pulls back onto the Munger Road property. Ryan Rank says the defendant was sitting in the passenger seat and they drove right by me and pulled into that barn. Sharon backs up and leaves. And again, who's on that JCB? The defendant. Where's he going? Tank by the burn pile. And drives away with it. What does Ryan Rank say? That caught my attention. Something was wrong, so I followed it. Where does the defendant go? Straight back to the spray barn. What do you see parked up there now? The black vehicle. They're continuing to look through the evidence that we've missed for so long. They go back to Thursday, the 29th. Body camera footage shows tank in the spray barn. Austin Hall says he was spraying the floors and was spraying us out of the building. There's a close-up of the tank at the end of the barn. No decals on it yet. What else do we see? We see this big safe. We see a chain. The pallet jacks. The chain, the pallet jacks are all directly in front of the safe. Remember what Justin said. You would need something to cradle the bottom of that, to line it up. Essentially the weld, he could tell the weld was started on the bottom because of the way the top fit. The top didn't fit. He needed something to support underneath. He said that pallet jack would have worked. There were some blocks of 2x4s in there, he said, would have worked. But these items are directly in front of the safe. Again, on 429, that good-looking fella, canine officer, walks up and
Yeah, but, alright, this is, two minutes out, the bill, and this is gonna show you too if you wanted to, but it's the far east building is a chemical one, it's just whatever.
That's all insecticide and fungicides. Sure. I just didn't want you to take the dog in there because the floor is still covered with it, and they'll soak up through your feet. We lost one of our peppers and that.
What you get?
he indicated that they never checked inside that barn. They do what they're told to do by the OIC. He didn't not go in the barn because the defendant told him not to. It wasn't an area of concern at that time. But again, his dog would have never smelled a body inside the tank to begin with. That tank was identified by its unique design by multiple witnesses. So if you look at you're going to get the book of photographs of all the anhydrous tanks that were located, and a number of witnesses testified about the pop off on the end, the round cover. And here we don't have that. We have this unique tank. Ivan's never seen one like this. Jim's never seen one like this. Ryan Rank's never seen one. Nobody's seen one like this. This is April 27th, 2021. When police have now discovered that Dee's remains are inside that tank, they take the return and tab, they call Jared and they tell him, we're going to take the tank up to the bridge and have it scanned, even though they already knew it was in there. If we can't figure out what's inside there, we're going to have to cut it open. When he's told this, that it's tank 34, listen closely to him say that's not good. And if you want to take, again, you're going to get this exhibit. If you want to take it back there and listen to it because you can't hear it, please do.
And tank number 34 is what their search warrant said.
Tank number 34?
Yeah, I don't know what the specifics of that is or what, but I think this is fucking idiocracy. Yeah. So they took that tank and now they're using x-rays and then they're not using x-rays are cutting it open. It's not a waste of fucking time.
Then he asked Jaron, is that the tank that we painted and put new decals on? Not one of the tanks. Is that the tank that we painted and put new decals on?
So there's no body to prove that normal tank, that normal painted up with the details or something?
That is the same tank that was painted with decals. Their continued search also uncovers internet searches, widowers dating sites, chemical cremation. These are log entries from March 21st, 2021 and March 23rd, 2021. Dee snuck out 2 a.m., didn't get home until 4 a.m. March 23rd, 2021. She snuck out again at 2 a.m. The defendant has, at this point, searched for his wife's location over 2,100 times. But guess when he didn't search for her location? The 2 times that he indicated in his journal that she's sneaking out at night. That's the time you don't care? Question mark, drug dealer, question mark, boyfriend. He was adamant in the beginning. She doesn't have any boyfriends. I know for a fact she doesn't have any boyfriends. But a month before, he journaled that she was sneaking out and maybe she had a boyfriend. That's not important when you report you didn't report your wife missing. I'm sorry. When your wife's children reported her missing, you didn't think that was important to share? Not on the 21st and not on the 23rd does he check her location. You'll see a big gap on there, March 4th to March 22nd. In his journal, March 5th, they leave for Florida. They return on the 21st. He doesn't need to track her. She's with him. I've talked a lot and I'm sorry. This is important for both sides. Elements of first-degree murder are that Dale caused Dee's death with the intent to kill, with premeditation and deliberation. Again, you guys were asked in the beginning of this, you know, it doesn't premeditate. There's no set time limit, right? It could be very quickly. Just like running, you see a yellow light, what am I going to do, right? I'm going to go or I'm going to hit the brakes. It's that quickly. Second-degree murder. Dale caused Dee's death with the intent to kill, with the intent to cause great bodily harm, or with knowingly creating a very high risk of death or great bodily harm, knowing that death or such harm would be the likely result of his actions. Here's what I want you to think about. When thinking about intent, the defendant's state of mind may be inferred from the type of wounds inflicted, the acts and words of the defendant, and any other circumstances surrounding the killing. The prosecutor does not need to have a motive to prove that the defendant had reason to commit the crime. But
I've been through one before. I should just tell no one to go through another one, no matter what. It's not worth it.
he was not getting another divorce. It wasn't worth it. We heard everything he lost in his last divorce. He wasn't doing that again. 2022, he's always, again, been very consistent that he massaged his wife that night. He actually describes that for detectives in 2022. What does the autopsy tell us? 2 causes of death: strangulation and blunt force trauma to the face and head. Strangulation, we have petechial hemorrhaging, which Dr. Cho testified was extreme pressure, caused by extreme pressure on the neck, and it caused the vessels to burst in there. There was bruising on the front of the neck and bruising on the tongue. I'm going to show you another photo, and to her, the external portion of her neck. When he described the blunt force trauma to the face and her head, she had a contusion on her left cheek, contusion on her right cheek, a contusion of the lateral left eye, a contusion to the back of the head. You saw the left shoulder. She had an internal brain bleed from the obvious blunt force injuries to the head. When you're thinking about this yellow light and what are you going to do, how many times do you need to think about it? Contusion to the left cheek, contusion to the right cheek, 1, 2, contusion to the lateral left eye, 3, contusion to the back of the head, 4. She was wrapped in a tarp, wearing her pajamas. She had her earrings, her ring. She had duct tape over her mouth and nose. Because if you didn't kill her by strangling her and beating her, you were going to make sure she didn't breathe again by duct taping her mouth and nose. Again, she never left the house alive. She was in her pajamas with no socks and no shoes. He told Raquel and the police that he recited their wedding vows to her that night, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, till death do us part. I've been through one divorce. I'm not doing it again, no matter what. It's not worth it. He had multiple chances to think about what he was doing. We are asking for a verdict of first-degree murder. Tampering with evidence. There's a lot of words for basic concept. There was some evidence to be offered in a present or future official proceeding. Either there was a current proceeding going on, or there was to be some future proceeding going on. The future proceeding is this homicide trial. The defendant removed, altered, concealed, destroyed, or otherwise tampered with evidence. He removed his wife's body from the house, wrapped her in tarps and duct tape, welded her into a tank, removed her purse, her go bag, her phone, got rid of them, concealed them, altered them, destroyed them. When the defendant tampered with the evidence, he did so on purpose and not by accident. Absolutely. She left. She's in Jamaica. She's in Mexico. She's not here, right? She does this all the time. I can't believe everybody's so worked up. He got rid of that, her personal items, to continue the lie that she left. Those kids didn't fall for it. They knew something was wrong, and they called the police. The evidence was intended to be used in a criminal case where open murder was charged. Yes, it was. Detective Jurger testified about cell phones and the usefulness of cell phones during homicide trials. The body. Why is the body so important? Cause and manner of death. Cause and manner of death, which is strangulation and blunt force trauma and homicide. I'm asking you to return a verdict of guilty in the first degree and tampering with evidence.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a recess to give you an opportunity to get up and move around a little bit. We'll take maybe 10 to 15 minutes.
You're gonna maybe approach?
Sure. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is we're going to break now for lunch, although it's a little early, and we'll come back at 1 p.m. rather than 1:30 p.m. today, and we will continue with the defense closing statement at that time. And during the trial, for the remaining portion of the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence that you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, the witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the attorneys must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that unfairly favors one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. So thank you, and we'll see you back at 1 p.m. Okay, so once again, we'll resume at 1 p.m. If the attorneys would stay here, I believe Sierra likely has the final version of the jury instructions for you to review, so at some point we'll need to place that on the record as well.
Would you like us to review those now or
Over the lunch
over
hour.
the lunch hour?
Yeah,
Okay,
I don't know where you're gonna be over the lunch hour, but you're welcome to take that with you and go to it during lunch.
okay, thank you. We'll talk to her about it at lunch. Come back and see. You can't use. Oh,
Oh, yeah.
I forgot about that.
That's right, I forgot about him. Yeah, we forgot about Jordan Graves, the AV expert. He took that serious.
I thought he just talked about his job. I was like, I didn't think he.
If you can tell me what text you
Witness podium 1 2 3. Witness podium 1 2 3. Attorney podium 1 2 3. Attorney podium 1 2 3. Attorney 1 2 3.
are we ready to have the jury brought back?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you switch back to the just a second?
You are in the meeting now.
You may be seated.
Okay, great.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to resume the closing statements. Ms. Sharia, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. This case is an incredible tragedy, and there's no doubt about that. There's no denying that. Ms. Warner's life was taken from her far too soon, and she was taken from everyone who cared and loved about her, family and friends. And they are grieving, and they are still grieving, as I believe you saw that from the witness stand. It never should have happened. But you're not here to determine if a tragedy occurred, because it did. And you're not here to determine if a killing occurred, because it did. What you are here to determine is if the government has proven its case against Mr. Warner beyond a reasonable doubt. And it didn't. I'd like to walk through some of the reasonable doubts this afternoon. And I want to begin with April 25th as we specifically look at Mr. Warner's actions. Then I'll explore the police investigation in general, the Warner's relationship, other people's actions on or and around April 25th, and then specifics about the police investigation. Now, it was Ms. Warner who told Mr. Wagner where to place the cameras on the Munger property, but they have turned out to be helpful because we can see Mr. Warner's actions throughout April 25th. This is detailed, but it is important. Exhibit 250 is the entire surveillance footage that you have, that you can look at any portion of it. And this is how Mr. Warner starts his day at 6:58. He's on the JCB. This is consistent with the health data that Detective Drew reviewed. In the middle of the night, there was no distance traveled, no flights climbed. Mr. Warner still had a heartbeat, but that would be the time that he would traditionally be sleeping. Now, this map shows where the JCB was at 6:58 on the Munger property. At 7:13, Mr. Warner is by the silo, and he shows up 3 times in the next 10 minutes. He shows up at 7:22. The JCB is heading north, and when you're looking at the surveillance footage, I think that you've probably realized you have to look essentially between the silo and the tree to see what's going on in that. He shows up at 7:23. The JCB at this point is heading south and west. And then this again is the area near the silo where Mr. Warner and the JCB are during those times between 7:13 and 7:23. At 7:30, we see Mr. Warner driving a forklift, and we're going to see this forklift in the same area that about 5 times. We see it at 7:33. We see it at 7:34. We see it at 7:40, 7:41 a.m. And then at 7:47, we see Mr. Warner leave the property on the sprayer to go to Leroy Sealers to spray. Now, please remember that the police did a reenactment to see if when Mr. Warner left the farm to go spray, both at Mr. Sealers and then the other 2 properties, if he actually could have done it in that time, and they learned that he could. They also looked at the GPS coordinates in the sprayer to see if it matched where Mr. Warner said he was going, and it did. So this is Mr. Warner on the property from 7 to 8 a.m. He's seen 10 times on camera as he does his morning farm chores. Now this is Ivan Boyd on the Munger property at 8:04 a.m. He's in the old shop. He's on the property for the majority of the day. At some point, his brother joins him, and he brings the truck that he's going to work on later at 10:39. And remember, there are no restrictions on where Mr. Boyd can go on the property. Mr. Warner doesn't preclude access to anyone. This is where Mr. Boyd starts his day and spends quite a bit of time in the old shop. Mr. Warner returns to the property at 8:12. And if you watch the surveillance video, you can see the sprayer come down Carson and take a left on Munger. That's the same direction that he left in. That's where Mr. Sealer's property is located. This is Mr. Warner and the sprayer at 8:18. And at 8:19, you can see the sprayer going right to the load barn in between the silo and the tree. As you know, the load barn is on the far east side of the property. It's what's been called frequently Building 7. At 8:46, Mr. Warner leaves again in the sprayer. Again, GPS coordinates match where he said he's going. We know between 9 a.m. and 10 a.m., Raquel Bach and Dustin Lally arrive on the property. They walk into the house because it's unlocked. Ms. Warner isn't there, and they have breakfast. In the 10 to 11 a.m. hour, Ms. Bach and Mr. Lally go into the office. Ms. Bach walks into the unlocked office looking for Ms. Warner. And in the 11 to 12 p.m. hour, Mr. Boyd's brother arrives on the Munger property, as does Zach Bach as well. At 11:18, Mr. Warner arrives back in the property, and video will show that he walks from the load barn to the new shop. At 11:27, you see Zach Bach and Mr. Warner in the office talking and obviously looking for Ms. Warner on the cameras. At 11:35, Mr. Warner is walking away from the office near the silo and the scale. Meanwhile, in the office, Mr. Lally, Zach Bach, TJ Bach, Parker Hardy, Shelley Hardy, and Raquel Bach are already on the property. Mr. Warner is on camera walking near the pine tree at 11:36. He walks toward the new shop at 11:45 and leaves the new shop at 11:46. At 11:54, Mr. Warner is in the old shop talking with Mr. Boyd and Mr. Boyd's brother. So between 11 a.m. and 12 p.m., there are 7 people on the farm, in addition to Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner is walking all over the property, so those 7 people could choose to go wherever they wanted. At any time, anyone could walk into any building looking for Ms. Warner. And again, as you noted, with what Ms. Vinsky said in her opening statement and what witnesses have testified, there were no restrictions on where anyone went. At 12:13, Mr. Warner is in the office with Zach Bach, TJ, Mr. Lally, and Shelley Hardy. Mr. Warner is on the far right side of this image up against the front desk. Mr. Boyd and his brother are still on the farm. At 12:19, we see Mr. Warner walking near the scales. At 12:21, he's heading back towards the office. At 12:23, Mr. Warner is driving the JCB. You can clearly and easily see into the bucket of the JCB. Here's the JCB again at 12:38, 12:39. And this is the location on the farm map of where the JCB is primarily located during that time period. At 12:43, Mr. Warner is in the old shop. On the right, you can see one of his dogs is running around. From 12:51 to 12:52, he's in the old shop. This is where Mr. Warner has a grinder and 2 grinder wheels. Now, this will become relevant when we talk about the welding expert who indicated that the number of wheels to cut that tank would take between 6 to 8. There's no indication that Mr. Warner ever took more than what he has in his hand right here. At 12:52, this is the Kubota that Mr. Warner would predominantly drive. We see it again at 1 o'clock. In between, at 1:13, in between 1:01 and 1:13, the videos of the Warag lobby show shadows. Now, if you watch that video, you can't see anyone come into the office, but it matches up with the Kubota heading towards the office and then later seen back by the fuel tanks. So one could presume that the driver of the Kubota went into the office, maybe had lunch, and then carried on their day. We see the Kubota again at 1:14. From 1:14 to 1:15, we see Mr. Warner in the old shop. At 1:16, the Kubota pulls in to another part of the old shop. Ivan Boyd and his brother are there. And please note, Mr. Warner knows that Ivan Boyd and his brother are in the old shop. He takes actually absolutely no actions to hide anything that he's doing. He also knows there are cameras, but he takes no action to hide what he's doing. We see the Kubota again at 1:23, at 1:26. Now, during this time frame, there are also multiple other workers on the farm that the police don't mention. You can see this gentleman at 1:36. He leaves the property at 1:44. You can see this gentleman at 1:42. He leaves the property at 3:15. During this time, Mr. Warner can be seen on video with the sprayer and walking on the property. This is the sprayer at 1:48. At 2:19, this is an image between 2 and 4. There are multiple people in the office. Again, very similar to earlier. Raquel Bach, TJ, Zach, Parker Hardy, and Shelly Hardy. At 2:19, Mr. Warner is in the lobby. At 2:27, he leaves the reception area. Roughly, it's almost 2:28 when he leaves. He comes back in at 2:31. He leaves the lobby at 2:35, so he's in there for a few minutes. And then he's on camera again at 2:38 in the lobby area. Now, you have heard witnesses criticize Mr. Warner for not doing enough. But then you also heard witnesses criticize him for looking over Zach Bach's shoulder to look at the cameras. So what you should glean from that is he really can't win. If he doesn't do enough, he's criticized. If he does too much, he's criticized. But just like every other person on video, he continues to go back to the lobby area to look at cameras and to talk about where Ms. Warner may be. At 2:42, we see Mr. Warner in the sprayer. He's in the Kubota at 2:46, 2:49. And the same piece of farm equipment that you saw in 2:49, we see again at 2:50. Now, this is where it is on the farm. If you can see where the big silo is in the middle, that's where that piece of farm equipment was. We see him again at 2:51. He's back in the office at 2:55. Between 3 and 3:01, he's walking by the scales, and you can see he has papers in his hands. At 3:08, he's in the new shop looking in a box and then walking away. At 3:12, he's seen leaving the new shop. Here's the piece of equipment at 3:13. This is Mr. Warner's truck at 3:15. We see the truck again by the fuel tanks. This is Mr. Warner's Kubota at 3:17, 3:18, 3:21. At 3:22, he's back in the office. He's there until about 3:36 p.m. At 3:37, we see the piece of farm equipment again. The Kubota again at 3:41. And if you can, please look at the field in the back, because this will be important to what happens. The top part of that field is not tilled at 3:41. But at 4:06, you can see that there's movement in the field because it is being tilled. It only gets picked up because the white truck activates the motion camera. Otherwise, it never would have been picked up. Here's the video of that. If you look at that red box, you'll see there's movement in that field. It's going from this part of the screen to that part of the screen. So that shows the tilling that was done. Detective Singleton said there was this period of time where Mr. Warner was not on camera. He would be the only one to till that field. And at 4:12, you can see the part of the field that's being tilled, and you can look on here before the tilling and after the tilling. So the notion that he is not on camera is belied by the surveillance footage that the government introduced. And again, Detective Singleton said 3:41 to 4:29, Mr. Warner was not on camera. The only reason this got picked up was because of other trucks on the property, but he is working and not in the load barn. At 4:30, we see Mr. Warner's Kubota again. At 4:32, the JCB. At 4:37, it's the JCB again, where the inside of the bucket is clearly visible. 4:52 to 4:53, Mr. Warner is in the old shop. The door is clearly open because you can see the light shining in. This is where Detective Singleton said he was ducking down and trying to hide. You saw the video. If he was trying to hide, he would close the door. He wouldn't leave it open. At 4:56, he leaves the old shop. He's later seen in the old shop at 5:05 and 5:06 on camera. At 6:06, in between the silo and the tree, this is the movement that the government showed you with the JCB. That's it. This is Mr. Warner's Kubota at 6:06. 6:07, you see the JCB. 6:10 and 6:12. The JCB is going to the load barn and then leaving the area of the load barn. So going in there for about 2 minutes and leaving. 6:17, the JCB is headed back to the load barn. This entire early evening time at the load barn with Mr. Warner being in and out coincides with what Mr. Boyd said about helping Mr. Warner load trash. He talked about when chemicals are sent to the farm, they're packaged. They're packaged in sort of multiple layers. There'll be a white bottle, then it'll be inside something, then it'll be inside of a cardboard box. So there's no indication from Mr. Boyd that he saw a tank at the load barn or a welder or Mr. Warner with a tank or a welder in the load barn. At 6:37, the JCB is moving away from the load barn. Here it is again at 6:39. Then we've got the JCB going towards the load barn in a way at 6:40 and 6:41. At 6:43, Mr. Warner is in the new shop. And this is a comparison of two photos, 3:12 and 6:43. So if Mr. Warner is trying to hide what he's doing and what he's taking, he's not going to leave it out on the table. So you can see where that piece of farm equipment is, and then it's not there at 6:43, but you can see that table. The first table, there's nothing on it. The second table are items that Mr. Warner had taken. And you also heard Mr. Nayrink tell you that Mr. Warner would do small welding jobs on the farm, especially if something was broken. So if there's a piece of equipment, a tilling tool, he said frequently broke down. It's a Sunday, there aren't many people there to do the welding. He wouldn't be surprised if Mr. Warner did it. And this is the end of the time period on April 25th, 2021, which is so significant. And the reason I went through all that time is because this is critical for what the government's claim is. The government wants you to believe that during this time frame, Mr. Warner killed his wife and then welded her in a body in a tank. Now, after 6:43, Mr. Warner is on the property doing more farm chores. He's collecting trash, using the Kubota, and tilling. And then again at 6:54, it's when Deputy Hall comes and talks to him. But that time frame is absolutely critical for everything that Mr. Warner would have to do to go along with the government's theory. Now, I want to walk through some of the specific reasonable doubts with you. Mr. Warner is captured on video throughout the day, morning, afternoon, and evening. As Ms. Vinsky told you in opening, the government's own timeline will fall apart upon close examination. So by 6:40 p.m., the government's speculative theory is that Mr. Warner killed Ms. Warner in the house while not leaving a single trace of physical evidence. Not a drop of blood, no bodily fluids, no signs of a struggle, absolutely nothing. And then at some point, he supposedly grabs a tarp and duct tape, but there's no camera footage of that. We know that the blue tarps are kept in the dry fertilizer barn, and the duct tape is in the load barn. But there's no evidence that he gathered these items, then went back in the house, presumably, and wrapped Ms. Warner in those. The government hasn't even addressed how Mr. Warner would get those items on April 25th. And then again, at some point, he supposedly duct tapes her body, wraps her body in a tarp, duct tapes the tarp. But again, there's no evidence of when that supposedly occurred. Then Mr. Warner supposedly moves the body, but there's no physical evidence of that. Nothing to show that she was ever in the JCB at all, only speculation. There's nothing on camera and there's no physical evidence. And while Detective Dreyer said, well, it was too late for them to look, they didn't even try to look. They want you to then assume that Mr. Warner keeps Ms. Warner's body in a safe, despite rigor mortis, as we heard from Dr. Chow. There are no physical signs of this at all. There are no physical signs with her body that she was kept in the safe. There's no physical or forensic evidence to support this theory whatsoever. Then Mr. Warner moves a tank without being caught on camera into the load barn. But again, there's no evidence of that happening. We see on the surveillance video that he doesn't take the grinder and the two wheels until 12:51 to 12:52. So all the rest supposedly happens after that time. In the load barn, without anybody noticing or hearing, he maneuvers the chain and the hook, welds that hook supposedly to the end cap of the tank, runs the chain through, connects it to the hook, tilts the tank so the chemicals don't run out. There's no evidence about how long it would take for that hook to be welded to the end cap so that it was structurally sound. It's not just a matter of welding it. It needs to be able to support the weight of that end cap. Mr. Boyd said those tanks were 6,000 pounds empty. Then Mr. Warner supposedly cuts open the tank. Assuming that she's in the safe, he has to go move her from the safe to the tank, lift her to get her up, then position together the end cap and the rest of the tank and weld it together. After that, he's got to remove the hook, remove the chain, sand the tank down so he can paint it. He then supposedly paints the tank. And while Mr. Schmidt said, well, that would dry quickly, you can look at the Rust-Oleum can. It's not immediate.
And even if it was dry to the touch, we all have painted something. It's still going to be tacky. Things would still stick to it, but there's not one drop of paint in the load barn, not one drop of paint that was found on the chain or the hook, not a paintbrush, not the farm equipment, no debris on the tank. So if it gets moved out to the back, no dirt, no grass, the wind is blowing things, nothing is on it. There's no evidence whatsoever to support the theory. So while the government has shown you videos of Mr. Warner doing his chores and moving about the farm, they have shown you no evidence to support their theory of what actually happened. Assumptions are not evidence. Now, as you know, as it relates to searches, there were extensive searches for Ms. Warner in her property. Over 3,000 acres were searched, and that's one search alone. Searches occurred for years. Land, water, homes, buildings, vehicle. They were thorough. They searched in multiple towns and cities. Mr. Warner continuously consented to these searches over the years. The police searched every piece of land that Mr. Warner owned, leased, rented, or was even associated with. They searched land and homes that belonged to family members and people he knew. They didn't find Ms. Warner or any of her missing items. The police also searched Paragon South. They searched both north and south. South is where the tanks are. Nothing out of the ordinary was seen. There were multiple searches involving dogs, both cadaver dogs and tracking dogs, at least 7. There was lots of discussion about cadaver and tracking dogs, but you know from your common sense, a tracking dog is meant to track. So once it gets a scent from an article of clothing or whatever it might be, it is meant to follow that scent. The person doesn't need to be right there. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a tracking dog. Ms. Warner and her belongings were not located by those dogs. We know that cadaver dogs can locate blood, bones, or tissue for years. They can also identify a tiny drop of blood, including as small as what comes out of an eyedropper. They can smell through cleaning agents, and they hit on nothing. Nothing on any of the vehicles, nothing in the house, nothing on the property, absolutely nothing. During the searches, Trooper Tafe entered the load barn or was looking right into it. He couldn't quite remember on April 27th, but he never mentioned the smell of ammonia or chemicals. One point about these searches is Dr. Cho and Detective Druyer said there was a strong chemical smell from the tank when the tank was opened. Dr. Cho said it was an overpowering ammonia odor that was not part of natural decomposition. Numerous witnesses also said that anhydrous ammonia had a very strong ammonia smell, but you had a trooper right out of the load barn or possibly in who noticed no smell. Yet supposedly 2 days before Mr. Warner is cutting open this tank in that very enclosed area, there would be a smell if that tank had been cut open in an enclosed space. Mr. Boyd was in the load barn 2 to 3 times a week. He never mentioned a smell, not on April 25th and not after. Todd Nayrink met Mr. Warner at the load barn on April 25th. He didn't notice a smell. No one ever smelled anything out of the ordinary. Now, there was made, I think in the closing, they showed a snip of Mr. Warner talking about dogs in the load barn. The part that is omitted from that clip, but is in the video that you have as an exhibit, Exhibit 216, is Mr. Warner saying, the other thing I don't know about in the fertilizer barn, you got boots or something to put on them. He's not telling them that they can't go in. He's pointing out there are chemicals on the floor. So if the dogs go in, he didn't want it to get through their paws. If he's trying to prevent them from going into the load barn, he's not going to give them a solution as to how they can actually take the dogs in by putting boots on their feet. Numerous items of Ms. Warner's were missing and are still missing. Her phone, wallet, passport, driver's license, a purse, and go bag with items such as cosmetics and hair care items. These items, as you know, were never found despite numerous searches with ground penetrating radar and metal detectors, things that would look for changes in temperature or excavation. In one multi-day, large-scale search alone, there were 130 police officers. There is not even a theory that has been presented to you about where these items are. Now, Mr. Warner also had said a curling iron was missing, but then the police found it had fallen on the floor in between a cabinet. If Mr. Warner had been the one to take these items, he would know that a curling iron wasn't taken. He wouldn't say a curling iron was missing when it's actually still in the house. He was trying to guess based on what wasn't on the bathroom shelf. This is further evidence that he didn't take and conceal these items. Mr. Warner spoke to the police numerous times, frequently without a lawyer present. The only time we saw a lawyer was the December 2022 interview with Detectives Druyer and Singleton, where his lawyer was there. He had the legal right to refuse, but he didn't. He frequently spoke to them, again, without a lawyer present. And if you listen to those videos, you do hear him coughing. And what did we hear from his ex-wife? He's had that cough since they were married. It annoyed her then, it's continued on. That's not from recent exposure to anhydrous ammonia. Despite what he says now, Detective Druyer had to admit that previously he indicated that Mr. Warner's statements were fairly consistent about what occurred. And of course, details would change. You're being asked the same questions over and over again. We know that their daughter, Angelina, had spent Friday night at her older sister's, Ms. Million, and then Saturday night with Ms. Alexander. So it would be very easy to confuse those nights about what happened on one night or what happened on another. We've also seen multiple witnesses, including law enforcement, have to get their memory refreshed because they couldn't remember something. And we have even heard other witnesses say they didn't say something when they truly did. That happened with Ms. Warner's brother. He said adamantly he did not make a statement or he did not send a text message when he actually did and had to be shown that. So the fact that some details may change does not mean that Mr. Warner was not being truthful. But Mr. Warner was always adamant that he did not harm his wife in every interview. And he also offered ideas and suggestions about how to find Ms. Warner. In the May 3rd, 2021 interview alone, which is Exhibit 219, Mr. Warner speaks with Detective Greca about a phone number and license plate that could be relevant to where Ms. Warner was. He asked if he should call the insurance company to see if Ms. Warner checked herself in somewhere. He suggests that they come up with a list of names and go through Facebook to see if she's made contact with any of these people. He gives the detective names of Ms. Warner's friends and who to reach out to. And he asked Ms. Warner's best friend, Stephanie Vogel, if she knew of anyone who may have picked Ms. Warner up. And he does more, but he's not showboating. He's not trying to make a splash in the public. The government wants to present Mr. Warner as someone who did nothing, but that's not true. He tried to offer assistance in the background, and he tried to keep his daughter's life as stable as possible because her mother was missing. Now, in his private journal, which the police found in October of 2021, he goes further and he writes down ideas of where Ms. Warner may be, what aliases she might be using, ideas to try to find her. These are the private actions of a man who wants his wife to come home. He's not going to be journaling that if he knows where she is. And during that May interview, Detective Greca also talks about the importance of Mr. Warner taking his daughter to a soccer game in order to give her support and keep her life as stable as he could. That goes along with why he might not be participating in a search, because he's got a 9-year-old he's trying to take care of. In the interviews that you listened to, Mr. Warner also turned down theories offered by the police that he would have seized on if he was trying to misdirect them. For instance, Detective Greca talks about gambling. Mr. Warner said that's not Ms. Warner. He talks about suicide. Mr. Warner says, while she may have made some comments about that, he didn't think that was a real possibility. If he's trying to misdirect the police, he's going to send them down all different kinds of paths. And these are theories being offered by the police. And we heard a lot about Jamaica and Mexico. Mr. Warner is prompted by investigators to discuss Jamaica and Mexico numerous times, instead of Mr. Warner consistently bringing it up on his own. Now, in the December 2022 interview, at this point, his wife has been gone for over a year and a half. So it's probably pretty clear she's not just in the next town over, and it's very clear she's not at her son's. So of course he's trying to come up with any possibility of where she may be. And in that full interview, he doesn't say, oh, I think she's in the hills of Jamaica living with the cartel. He talks about why. She liked Jamaica. She made friends with the concierge. She liked the mansion. She thought it was beautiful there. Even Detective Drewer on the stand said that Mr. Warner seemed convinced that Ms. Warner was in Jamaica. Mr. Warner also told Detective Greca that if Ms. Warner left or was picked up by someone, there was not that big of a window for Ms. Warner to get out of the house. If he had harmed her, he wouldn't want to shorten this time frame. He would lengthen it. He would say, I heard the door close at 1 a.m. or I looked out the window and she was walking out at 2 a.m. He would lengthen the time that she was gone, not shorten it and say to the police, it's not a very long period of time for her to get out of the house. While he believed that Ms. Warner had left as she had done before, he also said that there were differences this time, and he was candid about that. The vehicles were there. She didn't take their daughter, Angelina. She didn't notify anybody, and the ring was on his desk. He didn't have to say that, but he was frank about the differences. He also repeatedly said to both the police and others he wanted his wife back. Detective Greca said that Mr. Warner showed emotion during the interviews when talking about his wife. Throughout all the interviews, I don't know if you picked up on this, but Mr. Warner always refers to his wife in the present tense. She is a fixer. He doesn't say she was a fixer, which he would say if he knew she wasn't alive. He refers to her in the present tense. And Mr. Warner saying he doesn't want to get divorced doesn't mean he killed his wife. It means he loved his wife. They had been seeing a counselor, Craig, as you saw from the text message exchange and Detective Drewer said, which shows his willingness to work on issues with the marriage. And he was frank about the fact that they fought. Tensions could run high. He told the police that. He also wrote about this in his private journal. If the inference is, oh, well, this is staged, what he's writing about, why wouldn't he turn it over to the police? Why wouldn't he say, hey, I've been keeping a journal? The police find it in a vehicle in October of 2021. And in that, he talks about comments that Ms. Warner made and troubles that they have in their marriage, that Ms. Warner says that he's mean to her, that essentially he doesn't appreciate her. He wouldn't write that if he wanted the police to find it and think everything was fine in their marriage. He would try to present their marriage as being more peaceful. Now, we know that Ms. Warner had talked about ending her marriage for years. This was nothing new. We heard this from numerous people. In Exhibit 194, we see Ms. Warner telling Mr. Warner that unless he shows her more that he cares, she'll end the marriage the same way she did with her first husband. But we also know that her plans would change day to day according to her moods. Numerous people, including her brother, very emotionally talked about the fact that she'd love you one minute, dislike you the next, and then the next day give him a hug. Exhibit 198, you can see on March 4th that Ms. Warner is saying, fuck you, and that she's not going on vacation. And then the next day, March 5th, they're talking about regular things just like any other married couple. The text message exchanges show Ms. Warner and Mr. Warner having arguments between spouses, which happens in many marriages, unfortunately. But it also shows her expressing herself freely to Mr. Warner, which we heard she did to him and others. She would express her feelings. She wouldn't hold back, even if that meant raising her voice to Mr. Warner and to others. Numerous people testified that Mr. Warner is not an emotional person. He's laid back and easygoing. Ms. Million said that Mr. Warner's response to Ms. Warner when she said she wanted to sell everything and be done on April 25th was, okay, whatever, Dee, because he had heard similar comments before. Despite the fact that Ms. Warner would regularly say she wanted to end her marriage, she asked Ms. Volkel to book vacations for her and Mr. Warner, 2 in 2021 and 4 in 2022. Her plan was to go on vacation with her husband and daughter, but one of the vacations was just for her and Mr. Warner alone, to just have a couples trip. This shows again that her mood would change. She would be angry at him, but she would also want to spend alone time with him. Mr. Warner would regularly rub Ms. Warner's shoulders or back at work. He often did so in the office. Despite how Ms. Vocal attempted to portray their relationship, she had already told the police that and had to admit that on the stand. Now, we know that the Warners had a mutual mistrust of each other. That's clear from what was presented at trial. Ms. Wolf said that Ms. Warner would drive to the farm fields to see if Mr. Warner was where he said he would be. She said that the two of them would snoop on each other, including Ms. Warner taking a phone that belonged to Mr. Warner and giving that to Ms. Wolf to hide. Mr. Lally said that Ms. Warner would speak in quiet and hushed tones to himself and to her daughter when Mr. Warner was in the house to intentionally exclude him from conversations. There was a safe where she and her son were hiding things from Mr. Warner. Ms. Wolf also admitted that Ms. Warner was having an affair. So Mr. Warner, wondering if that had been going on, actually had a basis in fact. He wasn't just imagining it. Ms. Wolf, who was also Ms. Warner's personal assistant and nanny, said she would see Ms. Warner drink alcohol every day. And this supports Mr. Warner's concern about substance use. This is Exhibit 210. That cabinet are the pills that she had in her home. And look at the details, please, of what the government characterizes as stalking behavior. The cameras that Mr. Warner spoke to Mr. Bush about were about 4x6, and they had an antenna on the top. Those aren't cameras that are going to be hidden from any person. The OnStar application shows an average of 4.2 vehicle location requests a day. But Mr. Newell said that the app doesn't show a vehicle moving. So if you're trying to track and see when someone is coming home, because you want to know when they're going to be there, you want to have dinner with them, whatever the situation is, you're going to keep refreshing the app. It can also be used as a navigation tool as well. So if they were driving together and he wanted to see where they were going or how to get someplace, he would use the app. Ms. Vocal also said that she saw the entry on Mr. Warner's credit card for the Binks device, the device that had been in the Hummer, and that she and Ms. Warner looked it up to see what it was. That's the GPS and diagnostic device that was found. But we heard from Mr. Bush that he paid for the device and the government showed you an Amazon image. This discrepancy goes to witness credibility and the witness's desire to present the case in a particular way. And it makes sense because they all loved Ms. Warner. There's no doubt about that. And of course, they want to present her in the most favorable light and Mr. Warner in the least favorable light. But the facts matter, not assumptions. And the other thing presented by the government is, well, when Mr. Warner wrote in his journal that Ms. Warner left in the middle of the night, he didn't check OnStar. But if she didn't take the Cadillac, he'd have no reason to check OnStar. If Mr. Warner was truly stalking his wife, he would have insisted on access to the surveillance cameras long before she went missing. He couldn't even view the cameras on his phone until after she went missing. Mr. Wagner told you that it had been about a month or two where the IP address had changed on the Munger property and that Mr. Warner had no access to those cameras. So while he might have tried to access the app on the morning of April 25th, he couldn't access the app to see those cameras. We also know about the phone that Ms. Warner was in the hospital. That's what Mr. Wagner said. He was also Ms. Warner's friend. Mr. Warner wanted the phone for business purposes. He didn't ask him to keep it a secret from Ms. Warner or try to keep it private. In terms of accessibility and transparency, Mr. Warner also allowed Detective Greca to talk to his minor daughter even when he was not present. And if he was trying to hide the true nature of their relationship, he never would have allowed that. Angelina wasn't there the night of April 25th, but she lived in that house with them. A 9-year-old is going to know what that relationship is like. She would have heard verbal disagreements. She would have known if there was any other sort of physical disagreement. She would be able to share that with the police. He put no barriers to their access with her at all. Now, as it relates to any sort of physical violence, Ms. Wolf never told Detective Greca about seeing a bruise on Ms. Warner's forehead. If she'd truly witnessed this, it would have been the first thing she told the police when she spoke to them. Ms. Brody also didn't document any of the supposed bruises she claimed she saw as a massage therapist. She had twice testified under oath, and at neither of those court appearances did she ever say anything about a handprint on an arm. And it's worth repeating here that you are not here to judge Mr. Warner as a husband. You may think he was a bad husband, a not very attentive husband, whatever you may think of him. Your oath requires that you only assess the government's case to determine if it has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Warner killed his wife and tampered with evidence. Now, we've gone through April 25th and an overview of the Warner's relationship, but I want to also move on to what else is going on between April 23rd and immediately after April 25th, and the police investigation as well. On Wednesday, which would be April 21st, Ms. Brody, Ms. Warner's friend and massage therapist, said she saw Ms. Warner and Ms. Warner was distraught and shaken. We know Ms. Warner was a person who had strong emotions and she felt them, but there's absolutely no justification for what's happening here. According to Ms. Brody, Ms. Warner said she wanted to see a lawyer and it was time. But we know the fight with the Terrys, Terry and Terry Nayrink, wasn't until Friday. So there's no indication of what was going on Wednesday, and there's never been an explanation for this. Again, on that Friday, April 23rd, Ms. Warner had a verbal disagreement with Todd Nayrink, who testified. You also heard that Ms. Vocal heard them yelling at each other, but then she also said Ms. Warner seemed happy when she left work that day. So in addition to the fights with Todd, she had the fight with Terry and Terry. Mr. Nayrink, Todd Nayrink, said that on Friday, Ms. Warner was not dressed as she normally would. She was in sweatpants. Mr. Hawkins, who worked on the farm for the Warners, spoke with Ms. Warner at about 6:30 p.m. on Friday, and he said she sounded normal. Ms. Alexander saw Ms. Warner at 7:42 p.m. when she went to pick up Angelina. She said that Ms. Warner kept putting her hands up to her head, and she was talking about a fight she had with Terry and Terry Nayrink. Earlier, Ms. Warner had said that she had a migraine, so that would be consistent with her having a migraine, and we know she was being treated for migraines. Later that night, Raquel Bach claims that she drove by at 10:30 p.m. and saw all the lights on. But closer to 11 o'clock, Dustin Lally drives by. He said Ms. Bach had left well before him, and on cross-examination, the only light that he had said was on was one light. He didn't remember anything unusual about the house, which matches with what Todd Nayrink said when he arrived on the property in the 3 a.m. hour. There was only the light on over the kitchen above the sink. Now, on April 25th, 2021, the OnStar report shows that Mr. Warner's phone app accesses My Cadillac to get vehicle data and then supposedly hits unlock the doors at 7:08 a.m. Get vehicle data is to check on things like oil, tire pressure, fluids in the car. The government's theory is that Mr. Warner had killed his wife by this time, but then he decides to check on how the fluids are in the car or the tire pressure. It makes no sense. And this is part of what Ms. Vinsky also said to you in opening statement. The government dismisses and ignores facts that conflict with the narrative that they are trying to present. Mr. Warner uses Find My iPhone at 8:48, 10:28, and 2:30, and he would not need to do this if he knew where the phone was. And if the government's theory is that, oh, he was trying to see if you could find it, well, he would have checked it at 8:48, can't find it, checked it again at 10:28. He wouldn't need to keep doing that. He would know at 8:48 the phone can't be found. He did it because he was trying to see where Ms. Warner was. And while at 8:48 he would not have known that Ms. Warner was missing, it's not unusual for a spouse to check Find My iPhone to see if your spouse is up, or are they at the office, or are they at the grocery store. And while the Milestone app, again, was accessed at 8:49 and 9:04, we know from Mr. Warner couldn't see anything on the cameras. Now, Mr. Lally said that when they went over to the Munger property, it was the same as what they had done pretty much on every Sunday. They would go over and have breakfast. Mr. Warner knew this, but he took no actions to restrict their movements that day. In fact, he wasn't even on the property. If he had killed his wife, Is he really going to leave the property and let people roam around wherever they want? He goes out spraying. Numerous witnesses, including Mr. Lally, Zach Bach, and Raquel Bach, said that the Warners never locked their house. It was always unlocked. Anyone could walk right in. And that's what they did on April 25th, 2021. That day, when people were looking for Ms. Warner, they looked at places that she could walk to, even though people said she didn't like to walk. They went to the Hardee's Event Center and home. They went to the Cedar Point property. Mr. Lally looked in the camper. But we know from Ms. Wolf that Ms. Warner would walk to the office, contrary to what other witnesses said, and that she was starting to walk everywhere because she was getting into fitness. Also, witnesses support that Mr. Warner was in fact spraying. Not only the GPS data and the reenactment, but Parker Hardy said that when he was at the house with his mother, Mr. Warner drove by on the sprayer. Now, Ms. Warner's phone last connected to a cell tower at 7:14, and the last internet connection was 7:01. So as we turn to the police's review of activities, which is essentially the last section of my closing, I want to talk about this a bit. This is part of the PowerPoint that was presented to you. Ms. Ziegler said that Ms. Warner's phone connected to two towers that morning, 226601 and 226609. This is an example of that portion of what she said during her testimony. And Ms. Ziegler said these were the two towers, north and south. And I specifically asked her that question. Are you saying the towers are north and south? Yes, they are, she said. And this was the slide that she used to conduct her analysis. You'll have this as an exhibit, so it might be hard for you to see, but the north tower is not 22601. It is 226543. 22601 is to the east in Tecumseh. So the analysis about the phone's location is flawed because the two towers that should have been used would have been the south tower and the east tower. But Ms. Ziegler used the south tower and the north tower. But one thing about her testimony that is correct is that she can't distinguish any movement from the phone, because we know that a phone will connect to a cell tower even if it's not the closest tower, for numerous reasons that have nothing to do with movement. Now, moving to April 27th and the tank, if Mr. Warner wanted to secretly move a tank on April 27th, he would have done it when the police left for the day. Remember, they were there in the morning, and then he walked around with Detective Greca for a period of time. And then he said, I have to go to work. If it rains, you can come back or come back tomorrow. And then they got a search warrant and they showed up later on that day. He knew that they were there with drones and a dog. If he had a concern about that, he wouldn't have just gone to farm. He would have moved the tank that everyone is saying he's trying to hide. He would have done it when the police weren't around. He also could have or would have moved it on April 26th. And again, not waited for the police to come back to his property. There's also, again, no issue with the fact that he asked the police to leave earlier. That is his legal right. And he explained that to the police. Now, just as earlier mentioned, where people didn't notice any smell of ammonia in the load barn, Detective Sharp, who was in the load barn or in front of it for an extended period of time, also did not indicate that he saw any or smelled any sort of chemical smell. Mr. Gravel moved a tank into the spray barn. This was the rusty tank that we saw being moved. He didn't notice any sort of strong chemical smell, which he would have if that tank had been cut open in the load barn. Mr. Hawkins is also regularly in the load barn. He would be in the building 1 to 2 times a week, taking in the JCB and removing empty bottles. And again, at no point in time does he ever smell ammonia or indicate that a tank had been cut open. There was also nothing unusual about moving a tank. Mr. Gravel told you that he had moved tanks before. Mr. Hawkins said that tanks would be brought back and forth from the Carson Road property and the Paragon property. We also know from Mr. Hawkins that business was slow in 2020 and 2021 for anhydrous ammonia. They didn't need extra tanks. They had plenty of tanks. So moving a tank or not fixing a tank wasn't a big deal because they had so many other things to do and they had so many extra tanks. We also know that week of April after Ms. Warner goes missing that Parker Hardy says he didn't see anything unusual about Mr. Warner painting in a hydrous tank. And he didn't notice a non-factory weld on the tank he saw in the load barn. Parker Hardy had been in the load barn numerous times. This wasn't a place that people don't go. And remember, the Hardys had even more access to the property because they were family. So while maybe some person who used their services might not freely walk into the load barn, the Hardys would. And again, Mr. Warner took no stops to keep anybody out of any building, making the story that he was welding her in the load barn not plausible. Now, the only person who claims that there were JCB tracks that went right up to the house was Parker Hardy. He said he thought the JCB was moving quickly because of the way the gravel was aside, but he also said he didn't see any reverse tracks for the JCB, which would be unusual. But the supposed fast-moving JCB is inconsistent with the reenactment where the gentleman driving the JCB was afraid to go any further because he thought he would potentially hit or damage the house. And the other thing, too, about this moving of the Hummer, if Mr. Warner wants to move the Hummer in order to park the JCB there, he doesn't have to put it in front of the office. Literally, all he has to do is back it up and move it one spot over. There'd be no reason for him to move it in front of the office. Now, jury instructions that you'll be receiving soon from Judge Olsaver indicate that you have to decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You can have tremendous empathy for a witness, but not believe everything that the person says. You can also consider how some witnesses answered questions and if there was a difference in how they answered questions when the government asked them questions and how they answered questions when the defense asked them. You can consider a witness's feelings and a desire to portray events in a particular way. So for instance, Ms. Stace, the eyelash professional, when she testified, she said that Ms. Warner received 2 phone calls, one of them from Mr. Warner, and she didn't take that call. That would lead you to believe, if you were listening to that she did take the other call, but she was just intentionally not taking his call. But the reality is, when asked on cross, she said, oh no, Ms. Warner didn't take either call for whatever reason. She's getting her eyelashes done or she just doesn't want to talk to anybody. And even consider Detective Sharp when he testified. He said he knew Ms. Warner from prior police contact, which again would lead you to believe, boy, maybe he went out there because of a physical disagreement with Mr. Warner. It was only on cross-examination that Detective Sharp indicated that it had nothing to do with Mr. Warner. They weren't even together. It was solely related to Ms. Warner. Now, as it relates to Dr. Cho, please remember that he said he could not tell by the condition of Ms. Warner's body what the date of death was. He couldn't tell the date, the month, or the year. One of the things that the government has to prove is that these crimes were committed on or about April 25th, 2021. It's a little leeway there, but Dr. Cho can't even tell you the year based on the body's condition. The only way that he gets to April 25th, 2021 is because that's when people tell him was the last time that Ms. Warner was seen. But that's not objective evidence of the date of death. So considering objective scientific evidence only, Ms. Warner's date of death is actually unknown because Dr. Cho could not determine it. Dr. Cho doesn't know the time of Ms. Warner's death. Dr. Cho does not know the place of Ms. Warner's death. Dr. Cho does not know if Ms. Warner was killed inside or outside. Dr. Cho also does not know what caused the blunt force injuries. With strangulation, there can be a loss of bodily fluids, whether from the bladder or bowels. There was, again, no evidence of this found in the Warner home or on the Munger property or any property associated with Mr. Warner at all. With Ms. Warner's injuries, there could be external bleeding. There was no blood evidence found at all in the Warner home, on the Munger property, or on any property associated with Mr. Warner. And while the government wants to present her as wearing pajamas, remember Dr. Cho said it could be pajamas or a sweatsuit, and that she was also wearing underwear and earrings. Now, as it relates to body position, rigor mortis is the stiffening of muscles after death. Dr. Cho said rigor mortis sets in generally after a few hours and it will last about 24 hours. If rigor mortis lapses, the body will remain in the same position that it would be in. Now, there again is no physical indication that Ms. Warner's body was manipulated in any way to get her in the safe. There's no indication she was folded up as Detective Drewer was when he did his reenactment. There's no physical evidence of that. It's a theory, but it's not backed up by any evidence. And the government has never said when this supposedly occurred on April 25th. And also note, Mr. Warner willingly opens the safe for the police. They say, listen, we have a warrant. You can either open these up or we're going to cut them open. And he's like, oh, that's all right. I'll open it up for you. Would he really do that if his wife had just been in the safe? Now, on the welding theory, Detective Drewer and his former partner, Detective Singleton, claim that they had a welding theory as early as April 22, yet they never shared this with Lenawee County Sheriff's Detective Kevin Greca. And respectfully, this makes no sense whatsoever. They are literally looking for a missing woman. She has children and a family who want her to come home. They've got this theory, but, well, they don't want to step on any toes. It would be awkward. It would be impolite. You would present the theory. If Detective Greca didn't act on it, okay, that would be on him. But they wouldn't shut themselves down from even mentioning it if it truly had happened in April of 2022. And Detective Drewer is saying, well, we were concerned about a leak. That leak supposedly occurred in March of 2022 at that family meeting, which we'll get to in a minute. But the leak wasn't with the Lenawee County Sheriff's Department. The leak was with a federal law enforcement officer, a U.S. Marshal. So again, maybe you don't want to tell that Marshal, but you certainly would tell a Lenawee County investigator about your theory. They are actively working to find her. They are following up on psychic tips. Yet they're not willing to share, hey, we think she might be welded in a tank. As it relates to the tank, Mr. Schmidt examined that tank multiple times. It was only in his final meeting with the detective and an assistant prosecuting attorney that he suddenly thought that the weld on tank 34 may be similar to the weld seen on Detective Greca's body camera. The meeting was on February 9th, 2026. Trial had started. And then only then did Mr. Schmidt change his opinion. At a meeting on September 24th, 2024, he was shown an enhanced image from April 27th, 2021. And he could not make a comparison about the weld in the photograph and the weld that he had viewed personally. Mr. Schmidt also admitted that cutting the tank would be faster with the plasma cutter, which was right next to the welder on the Munger property. And the purpose of a plasma cutter is to cut through metal. Again, Mr. Warner is shown with 2 grinder wheels, but Mr. Schmidt said it would take 6 to 8 wheels to cut the tank open. Mr. Schmidt also said that cutting with an abrasive wheel would be loud. You would have to wear protective hearing. Anyone could have easily heard Mr. Warner if he was cutting and then welding that tank. But nobody did, even though there were people on the farm. Now, no one can match the hook or the chain that was supposedly attached to the tank and used to lift it up. It's just speculation that this even happened. It's the same with the forklift claim. There's no evidence that it actually happened. And this, again, Mr. Schmidt only came up with in January 2026. When trial was starting at the end of the month. Suddenly he's got a theory about a hook and a chain. It's the same with the welding machine. Mr. Schmidt can't say that that welding machine was used to make that weld, and he can't match a weld to a particular person. He also can't say how many machines exist that you could do that with, that would fit the parameters. Mr. Schmidt also didn't use a student to come up with his time estimates. And that's what he should have done. He has over 20 years of experience as a welder. He is an instructor on welding. Of course, he would be able to go significantly faster than a regular person. But even with what he said, the welding timeline doesn't fit with Mr. Warner's actions on April 25th. The tank circumference is 128 inches, and that steel is thick. Even if we use Mr. Schmidt's calculations, he said to cut the cap off, it would be about 2.5 inches per minute. This is, for him, 51.2 minutes with the grinder. And then high spots would need to be ground down. That's about 5 minutes. The hook would need to be welded on. Again, no time was given for how long it would take for that to be structurally sound to support that end cap of that 6,000-pound tank. Then the chain would need to be looped through the forklift. The two pieces need to be lined up and matched once it's time to weld. The weld itself time, 22 to 35.5 minutes with additional time for 11 stops and starts and moving up and down a ladder on the floor to get underneath the tank. Mr. Warner isn't in the load barn for that length of time to get all of this done. Maybe Mr. Schmidt can do it, but he couldn't. And then painting. And then the government wants you to believe that after killing his wife and concealing her body and doing all this, he's just out and about doing his farm chores as if nothing is going on and then just taking a break to go and conceal evidence. We also know that chemicals on the farm also cause burns on the skin. Mr. Hawkins told you that, as well as Mr. Boyd, who actually has had that happen. He said chemical burns can cause your arm to be red and very itchy. If Mr. Warner was welding, he could have easily, and wanted to hide it, he could have easily put on a long sleeve shirt. And if he's trying to hide welding burns because he just welded his wife up in a tank, he would have put on a long sleeve shirt so no one would have ever seen that. He doesn't do that because he's not hiding anything. For the paint analysis, all that can be said is that the paint may have come from paint that was taken in 2024. 3 years later, over. Or it may not have come from paint that was taken in 2024, over 3 years later. It was also a level 3 association, and there are 5 different levels. In part, a level 3 association states because other items have been manufactured that would also be indistinguishable from the submitted evidence, an individual source cannot be determined. Ms. Pontke told us that paint is mass produced and an individual source in this case cannot be identified. She can't even tell us the manufacturer of the paint. There is no way of knowing how many similar paint cans would be similar to that used on tank 34. And she said that the paint here, Rust-Oleum, is a common paint. There's also, again, no evidence about when the paint was purchased. And that's the same for the duct tape and the tarp. Detective Dreyer said it's not surprising that these items would be found on a farm. It's also the same for the stickers. No one knows when those stickers were purchased. And we know that the drawers and the building doors on the farm were unlocked. The 2 tank samples were similar to 2 different paint cans. Think about that logically. Someone is painting from one can, and then for a reason that no one knows about, they decide to stop with that can, it's not empty, and use another can of paint to finish. The fact that it relates and is consistent with 2 paint cans means it could be consistent with 1 million or more. We just don't know because there's no way to know. Now, while Ms. Pontke took the paint samples, she also said that the stickers on the tank were peeling back. The supposed middle fingerprint from the back of the label on the outside of the tank is from the non-repair weld. It's the other side, and that's relevant. There's no indication of when that sticker was put on. And another thing about the fingerprint is only 7 points were consistent out of 15. And there's no standard to indicate identification or not. It is the analyst's subjective determination. And the analyst did admit identification does not mean the exclusion of others. Now, as to the call you heard from Mr. Warner, at that point, there had been extensive searches on his property, and we heard from Detective Dreyer that that was done. There was damage to the Hummer, there was damage to underground lines, they had taken samples off of a couch. So of course someone would be annoyed or frustrated by property being searched yet again that had already been searched. But we also know from listening to that call, because we listened to the full call, that Mr. Warner wasn't in a panic, didn't hang up the phone. He continued to talk about a planter's wart, school supplies for his daughter, books and food, not the action of someone who is like, oh no, they just found my wife. And just as he's not panicked when he agrees to the police routinely searching his electronic devices. So the government has made quite a bit about the searches that were made. Mr. Warner consented to a search of his electronic devices numerous times. We know that. He knew there were text messages between himself and Ms. Warner on the phone. He wasn't trying to hide those. They show that they fought. He also knew what his searches were, searches that occurred after Ms. Warner went missing. He had extra anhydrous ammonia tanks. We know that from Mr. Hawkins. So searching on how to dispose of a propane tank makes sense for the business that he's in. And this chemical cremation search, if he's trying to find some way to dispose of his wife's body, why would the search be chemical or liquid cremation and he's searching, is it illegal? He wouldn't care if it was illegal. He supposedly killed his wife. He wouldn't be worried about, okay, well, now I want to make sure I legally dispose of her body. He doesn't try to hide that. He lets the police search his devices numerous times. Now, a reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or the lack of evidence. And when you're considering all the evidence, you can consider the lack of evidence. And that's part of the reasonable doubt instruction. The police searched the Warner home and they used luminol. No blood is found. There's no evidence that Ms. Warner was murdered in the home at all. Again, no blood, no bodily fluids, no signs of a struggle. Police searched the home multiple times. No evidence of murder. They searched the Munger property multiple times. No evidence of murder. There's no evidence that Ms. Warner was in the safe. No blood, no hair, no DNA, absolutely nothing. And it's the same for the JCB. And Detective Drury can say, well, we can't find the safe any longer. It doesn't matter. There's no evidence that she was ever in the safe. The police took Ms. Warner's fingernail clippings, but no one bothered to check to see if there was DNA found under her fingernails. There's no physical evidence linking Mr. Warner to Ms. Warner's body or her death. And again, it's the same for the duct tape, the tarp, and the inside and outside of the tank. The outside of that tank was powdered for fingerprints. His fingerprints weren't on that. There also is no physical evidence linking Mr. Warner to this murder in any fashion. And when we talk about those tanks, also consider that tank at the Paragon property was found on running gear. But when you look at all the video footage from the search of the Munger property, there's no extra running gear that tank would be placed on. The tank, the tag on the tank, the police take no steps to determine if it's Mr. Warner's handwriting. They want you to do a sort of line by line comparison yourself, but no expert has ever taken a look at it. You can also consider other things that the police didn't do. Now, the Hardy farm is right next to the Warner farm. They only searched that farm years later and only because of consent searches. Now, is anyone saying that Greg Hardy or a member of the Hardy family harmed Ms. Warner? No, absolutely not. I want to be clear on that. But what we are saying is that Mr. Hardy did engage in some unusual conduct, as we heard from Detective Drewer, which I will get into. They should have at least looked into that to rule someone out. And I say that because the only person they appear to have ruled out is Ms. Warner's affair partner. They should have followed every lead, but they started this investigation with blinders as it related to Mr. Warner. We know that Mr. Hardy claimed to the media that he told the police about a particular tank to look in to find his sister. Now, again, he didn't say tank 34, but he said, I want you to look for a particular tank. And Detective Drewer said, no, that didn't happen. That was not true. So they should have at least looked into that further to say, like, why on earth is he saying that? He said he was getting insider information from a federal law enforcement officer. he and his private investigator who he was working with, Billy Little, and a podcaster call Detective Drewer and Detective Greca out of a family meeting. And what's the reason for that? They wanted the police to pretend that Mr. Hardy was giving them his phone for a download, but really he wasn't. So he wanted this like false narrative of that he was engaging in this. But Detective Greca and Detective Drewer refused to go along with that lie. He also revoked consent to listen to interviews that had been conducted. And he expressed concern about liability if there isn't a conviction against Mr. Warner. Now, again, they should follow every lead to rule people out. It doesn't mean that anybody was involved. So it doesn't mean that the affair partner was involved, Mr. Hardy was involved, another third party. Doesn't mean that Terry Nayrink, Todd Nayrink, none of that, right? But those are individuals who should have at least been looked at and looked at thoroughly, because when people are engaging in suspicious behavior, you should look into them to do a thorough investigation. Finally, this is the burden of proof chart that visualizes essentially how high that beyond a reasonable doubt burden is. It's not whether you think someone is probably guilty, likely guilty, there's clear and convincing evidence of guilt. That's not the standard. It is whether the government has proven the case beyond a reasonable doubt. And I've shown you multiple reasonable doubts this afternoon, and you likely have more that you will come up with as you deliberate. But the power of the government to prosecute someone should never be fueled by assumptions and speculation and innuendo. It should only be fueled by facts. Otherwise, devastating results can occur. Assumptions blind people to facts, and they blind investigators to follow leads that they may not think might bear fruit, but they certainly should look into. Despite the lack of objective, scientific, and forensic evidence, Mr. Warner sits here charged with multiple serious felonies. Now, I don't believe that Mr. Warner should be, we're presenting to you that Mr. Warner should be convicted of any felony. But if you consider premeditation, it does not exist here, because if he had premeditated this killing, he would have had the items that he needed already. He would have had the welding. He would have had the tank. He would have had the wheels. He wouldn't be gathering those on April 25th. So their theory is that he's gathering these after the murder, which guts the premeditation element. Because the government has not proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt, we ask that you follow your oath and find Mr. Warner not guilty on all counts. Thank you.
All of the surveillance footage, we're going to give you all of that so you can look at that. We presented a couple of clips of those. They've presented some photographs of times. With everything that's been presented, he still has enough time. The 126 to 146 that we discussed, that full 20 minutes, that he was in the spray barn during that time. 341 to 429, they show a picture of potentially some farm implement out in a field and says he's the only one that could have been out there doing that. There was nothing to suggest that he was the only one that could have been out there doing that. We know Jaron was on the farm. We also know, based on their own witness testimony, Todd Nayrink, that he was at the office, left the office when a little before the kids did. He goes out, does whatever he's doing, and he goes and meets Todd or the defendant at the spray barn. He says, I didn't go in the spray barn, but that's where Dale was. He didn't say he was out in the field planting or plowing or doing any of that. He was out at the spray barn. So again, we have that amount of time in the spray barn. 5:07 to 6:06. Again, he's clearly in there for that hour of time. There's additional time that he's in there that is, 5-10 minutes here and there. Granted, that's not a lot of time together, but you don't have to cut off the end cap all at one time. You can cut off 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. But he has more than ample time to get this done. The defense talks about how the defendant knew that Ivan and his brother were in the old shop working on the vehicle that day. He sure did. He didn't take the welder out of the old shop. He went to the new shop when he needed a welder. He went in there and he grabbed the angle grinder and the discs. And he didn't take the tank into the old shop to weld it there because, number one, there's surveillance cameras in there. Number two, Ivan's in there. He also didn't take it into the new shop to weld it. Again, that's the other place that we've heard testimony the welding is done, the old shop or the new shop. He didn't take it into the new shop because, again, there are surveillance cameras in there. Where does he take it? He takes the tank and the welder to the one place on the farm that nobody welds, and there's no surveillance cameras. There's been an argument that the defendant takes no action to hide what he's doing on the farm that day. He is welding in the spray barn where you don't weld. Well, he could have been fixing this or he could have been doing that. Then why not weld where the welders are? He was absolutely hiding what he was welding when he took that to the spray barn. There was indication that he was criticized for looking over Zach Bach's shoulders when Zach was looking at the cameras. Again, the defendant is in and out of the office, seeing what's going on the surveillance. Would he want to know what's caught on camera? Absolutely. Is he looking for his wife? No. Was he looking for his wife when he tried to access the cameras at 8:48 and 8:49 that morning? No. What is caught on camera? Between 2:18 and 2:46, the sprayer moves from the front of the office and gets parked between the surveillance camera from the office and the spray barn. So if you'll remember, he leaves the property, he's back by 2:18, he parks in front of the office, he goes in, talks to the kids, looks over their shoulder some more, and goes and moves the sprayer and parks it in front of that camera. The defense indicated that there was no single trace that Dee Warner was killed in the property. Think about what the medical examiner said. Those injuries don't necessarily mean she was bleeding out. She suffered multiple blunt force injuries. And the wording of it sounds awful, but he did indicate that did not mean that she was bleeding out. In the days after Dee Warner was last seen alive, Kevin Greca walked through the property on the 26th and observed things, made no indication of what types of searching he did or how hard he searched. But I will acknowledge that there's no big piles of blood. Again, medical examiner says, no, not necessarily. Doesn't mean you would see blood. The medical examiner cannot determine the exact date of death or the time of death. That's correct. This is not TV, right? What did he say? The way that they work in the medical examiner's office is they work with law enforcement to determine the facts surrounding the case. When was the last time anybody saw this person alive? The last time anybody saw this person alive was Dale Warner at 6 a.m. when she was snoring away on the couch, or Amy Alexander, who saw her at 7:40 the night before when she picked up Lena for the night. No duct tape, no tarp is on surveillance. Doesn't mean he didn't get those items. You guys went through the house. Could they have been in the garage? Could they have been in the attic? Could they have been anywhere else where surveillance may not have picked them up? Absolutely. He was in the spray barn while her kids were in the office. Again, with a grinder where that office is located. Those kids stayed in the office the entire time looking at the cameras to see if they could find their mom. With the location of that office, you're not going to hear that grinder. The paint. Justin Schmidt testified that the welding fairly quickly after you weld that, you could paint it. But he indicated the only spot that he saw that had paint on it in that photograph was that strip right around the weld, which is consistent with the paint expert who said you have layers of paint and then you have one additional layer of paint that's just under that weld. And that's the only spot on that tank that had that additional layer of paint. Where's the paintbrush? Where's the anything that was used in the spray barn? The trash was taken out to the trash pile to be burned. Did you see that on the surveillance footage? You've got the tank on the far corner of the screen, and in the burn pit, you have a pile of trash from the spray barn. He continuously consented to searching all of his land again. Sure, come search. Not here, not now. You can search anywhere you want, but you can't search here. You have a right to say you don't want somebody to search. But when they come back later with a search warrant to search your property, and you come back onto the property and remove an item that is similar to the tank that her body is found in, again, a very unique tank, and you have come back to the property while the police are there searching. The dogs are 20 minutes out and you're 18 minutes, you're back and you're moving that tank and then you're gone again. Talked about the canine tracks. Again, what would that cadaver dog smell? Nothing. She's in the tank by the 25th at 6:39 p.m. So all the searches, all the canine tracks that didn't locate her, they were never going to locate her. The question was, where are the items that went missing from the home? The go bag, the purse, the phone, the wallet. Between Munger and Brooklyn, there's an awful lot of property. I don't have those phones, those go bags. I don't have anything. We were never able to recover any of those items. Again, your article search dog, the canine officer said, what do you say about finding those items? They're outside in the elements, maybe 24 hours. When was the first search that they did of those properties? Not within 24 hours. Defense says, despite what Dreyer said on the stand, despite what he said, Dreyer said his statements were fairly consistent, which again was taken out of context. Yes, some statements were fairly consistent, but if you continue to read the report, Detective Dreyer went into the inconsistent statements. Defense claims that her client offered assistance in the background. He's got a 9-year-old that he's trying to take care of. The 9-year-old that he consistently throughout interviews said that he had never home, never had anything to do with her. I've got to work. I got a farm. My brother's got her. My brother's girlfriend's got her. What about Greg Hardy and some of the things he did? You mean like offering a reward for the return of his sister? Putting together all the search parties that walked out and looked for her? This defendant didn't go out looking for her. The defense stated, the defendant didn't really think suicide was a real possibility. That's one of the first things he brought up on 425 when Austin Hall gets there. She was talking about killing herself and taking off and leaving. And then the next day with Greca, what does he say? Yeah, my wife's depressed. 427, she's suicidal. She tried to kill herself once, 3 times throughout the course of our marriage. He is the one that brought that up first. He had to be prompted to talk about Mexico and Jamaica. Detective Dreyer explained why he asked that question, because throughout the course of this entire investigation, while his wife has been gone, he said numerous times, I'm 100% she's in Mexico or Jamaica. And it's because she thought it was beautiful there. The cartel. She's living with the cartel. Again, does it make sense that Dee Warner's getting on a $10 boat ride? During his interviews, the defendant acted like he didn't know why Dee stopped going to counseling. I'm doing everything I can to fix this marriage. She stopped going. I don't know why. I don't know what happened. Very clearly, in one of the text messages that you guys have, she says, I'm not going to Craig anymore. I'm the one doing all the work. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. There was testimony by people that Dale would rub Dee's shoulders. And when they were fighting, she was clearly uncomfortable with that. The Vinx device, that's going to be the tracker that Brian Bush testified about, that Stephanie Vocal testified about, and the defendant himself gave numerous statements about. Danielle Vandenheuvel, the expert, the phone data expert, testified that that app was actually purchased by Dale Warner's device, but not downloaded. So he did purchase and not download. Brian Bush, he, when asked to describe his relationship with Dee, what'd he say? Depends on what the day was, Sometimes it was good, sometimes it was bad. His relationship with Dale was always like a father figure to him. There was a suggestion that the defendant didn't check OnStar when she was sneaking out because she didn't drive the Cadillac. Numerous statements he's given. She has never left here without a vehicle. And he wasn't allowing her to drive the Hummer because it took up too much gas, and the only place that she could drive it was out to the field to bring him food. Again, never brought that up to the police as a concern. My wife's been sneaking out. I don't know where she's been going. Stacy Brody testified twice before coming here, and she never once described the bruise as looking like a handprint. However, when she was shown her police report that her statement to the police that she made prior to ever testifying in any court, she clearly described that bruising as a handprint. The 23rd, when Todd says he's in the office and he gets into it with Dee and sees her in sweatpants, Stephanie was there too. She testified about that. What else did she say? I have never seen Dee Warner outside the house in pajamas or anything less than always dressed up. She always had to have the best on. The defendant was checking her phone location that morning. The argument is if he knew that she was dead, why would he keep checking her phone location? He wouldn't keep doing this. No, you would, right? For the same reason that you would duct tape her mouth and nose, you don't want her to ever breathe again. I need to know that that phone is not going to ever ping. I need to know that nobody's going to find that device. They talked about people roaming all over the property, yet we've heard Ivan Boyd and his brother were in the old shop. The entire family was in the office, and there were 2 employees that came into the old shop to clock in and clock out. They brought up Maddie's testimony that Dee would sometimes walk to the office. She had no socks and shoes on. Again, you've been on the property. You've heard the description of Dee Warner. She has never left her house in her pajamas and wouldn't be walking down to the shop without her socks or shoes on. April 27th, it was brought up, well, why wouldn't he just move the tank himself when law enforcement was there if they were going to come back? He didn't have to. He asked Jason Gravel to do it. Go back there and move that tank for me and put it in the spray barn. Again, what does Jason Gravel do? He moves the wrong tank. He did testify that it wasn't uncommon for him to move tanks, but what else did he say? That was the only time that the defendant has ever called me and asked me to put a tank inside the spray barn. The only time. May 27th, Parker Hardy goes in the barn, in the spray barn at 7 p.m. This is before tank 34 is brought in. Again, this is when the old rusty tank 8 is in there. Why would he notice the weld on tank 8? Tank 8 did not contain Dee Warner's body. Tank 34 did. And at that time, tank 34 was still over at the burn pit. Parker was the only person that saw the JCB tracks leading up to the house. Except for Dale confirms that he pulled the JCB directly up to the house and came back inside the house through numerous interviews. Again, Dr. Cho, the date of death, he testified he was not concerned at all that the date of death would be 4/25/2021. I said her body was kind of in pretty well preserved, doctor. Are you concerned about that? What do you say? No, there's no oxygen getting in that tank. The defense brought up that Dr. Cho said they could have been sweatpants. Again, Raquel looked at those photographs. She identified those as her mother's pajamas. Justin testified that cutting that end of that tank off would have been faster with a plasma cutter. Sure, of course. Why would you use that? Why wouldn't you use the plasma cutter? Well, what else did he say? If you want to weld it back together, it makes sense to use an abrasive cutting wheel. You don't use a plasma cutter if you plan to put that item back together. They can't match the chain or hook. Dee Warner was last seen on 4/24/2021, again by Amy Alexander, or 4/25/2021 by the defendant. And her body was not discovered until August 2024. Those items are gone. They went back and executed a search warrant after they found her body. The defendant says chemicals can cause burns. Sure. We had Ryan Rankin here talking about chemical burns. That burn was consistent with a welding burn, not a chemical burn. The fingerprints. The defense says the stickers were peeled off the tank when the paint analyst went to get paint scrapings. Who cares? The person who, the fingerprint analyst, was the first person to do anything with that tank. She came to Northville, dusted the tank, pulled the stickers off. So the stickers are going to be off before the paint analyst came and did her portion. So of course those stickers are going to be off. Look at the exhibit with the Google searches on it. It'll tell you the search term on there. The search term is chemical cremation. The items that were clicked were, why is it illegal? Chemical cremation, why is it illegal? There's no suggestion that he typed in why is it illegal. Go to that particular document and look what's in there. Chemical cremation. Where does he go? You know, when you type in something in Google and then you go down and pick the one you want and you click on that and read it, that's what that document is. Fingernail clippings were not sent to the lab for DNA. How many times did you hear that nothing inside that tank was suitable for DNA testing because of the chemicals? Detective Dreyer worked closely with the lab to try to get some of that stuff processed, and they could not be processed because the items were not suitable for testing. We didn't bring an expert in to tell you that the writing on the tag is the defendant's. I mean, look at the writing yourself. You've got plenty of documents. You're going to be able to come to your own conclusion on that. There was a suggestion that Terry and Todd weren't spoken to, that none of these people were looked at or talked to. That's simply not true. And finally, the defense indicates that if this crime was premeditated, he would have had all those items already. They would have been ready for him to go, ready for him to cut that off, ready for him to do the welding back. Again, premeditation, deliberation, they do not take that long. I don't have to think about it, go plan it, go pull my welder in and then go kill her and then weld her up, right? We talked about the yellow light. When you see a yellow light, what do you think? You've heard about her injuries. 1, 2, 3, 4. How many chances did he get to think about it? Then she was strangled to death. 5. How many chances did he get to think about what he was doing? And then not only that, let's assume 3 or 4 knocks her out, 5, she's unconscious. What do? Call for help, right? I screwed up. I hurt my wife. Come help. This defendant duct taped her mouth and her nose so that she could not breathe again. Those were all conscious decisions. 1, 2, 3, 4. Every one of them. You will have the surveillance footage. You will have every piece of evidence that's been presented. Anything you want to look into further, please look at it. Ask for it. We want you to look at it. We want you to return a verdict of guilty first-degree murder and tampering with evidence.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we do have a procedural step that we need to take care of outside of your presence. So at this point, I'm going to ask you to return to the jury room. We will take a short break. We'll come back. I'll give you the final instruction. All right, we do need to make a record of the jury instructions. It's my understanding at this point that both sides have had an opportunity to review the instructions and are in agreement with them in their current form. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, anything at all that either side would like to place on the record regarding the instructions?
No.
Okay. At this point, so that there is a record of them, I am going to read the instruction numbers into the record. And so the preliminary instructions were 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 2.17, 1.4, 1.5, 1.6, 1.8, 1.9, 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4, 16.24, 16.01, 16.05, 16.21, 37.11, 3.10, 4.09, 4.16, 2.5, 2.6, 2.7, 2.8, 2.9, 2.10, 2.11, 2.12, 2.13, 2.14, 2.15, 2.16, 2.19, 2.20, 2.25, 2.26, 2.27, and 2.28. 2.17 was the publicity instruction, and the final instructions will be 3.1, 3.2, 3.5, 3.14, 3.15, 3.16, 4.3, 3.6, 4.05, 5.2, 5.3, 5.10, 5.11, 5.11A, 3.03, 4.01, 3.20, 16.01, 16.05, 16.21, 37.11, 3.10, 4.09, 4.16, 3.13, and 3.11. All right, at this point, why don't we take 10 minutes for people to get up and stretch for a moment, and we'll come back then and resume with the final instruction.